sure know where I've been, hanging on the promises and songs of yesterday, and I've made up my mind. I ain't wasting no more time, but here I go again. Here I go again. Though I keep searching for an answer, I never seem to find what I'm looking for. Oh Lord, you were the first thing that I thought of when I thought I drank you off my mind.
Been doing this 35 years and it's just incredible.
You got 180 cars on the track all at the same time, 300 laps. What can't be fun to watch about that?
This race is different than probably any dirt race you've ever seen.
It's awesome. It's the best race you'll see. It's interesting. It's different. There's action all over the track no matter where you look.
If you can't make it here, guys, watch it live on Race on Texas.
Bring the family out to Devil's Bowl Speedway in Mesquite, Texas to watch 150 drivers race at the same time for $25,000. It's full of non-stop action, thrills, and spills. Adult tickets are just $15. Affordable family fun that your kids will love. Lone Star 600, presented by FCA Motorsports. Details and tickets at LoneStar600.com.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
We are live at Cotton Bowl Speedway on Race on Texas. It is all access night number 3. race number 3, night number 2 of the Central States Dwarf Car Association Nationals. And it happens right here in Page, Texas at Cotton Bowl Speedway, the 3/8 mile speed plant right here tonight. 3 different divisions of dwarf cars here, along with the sport compacts. You've got the sportsmen, you got the veterans, and you got the pros. Night number 1 was a barn burner, and we get set here for night number 2. And it is coming up live right here if you are on site, and also live on Race on Texas. Central States Dwarf Car Association, race number 3 in their series, and it's coming up next.
Remember when I was young, and so were you, and time stood still, and love was all we knew. You were the first, so was I. We made love and then you cried. Remember when? Where were you when the world stopped turning on that September day? Were you in the yard with your wife and children, or working on some stage in LA? Did you stand there in shock at the sight of that black smoke rising against that blue sky? Did you shout out in anger and fear for your neighbor, or did you just sit down and cry? Did you weep for the children who lost their dear loved ones, pray for the ones who don't know? Did you rejoice for the people who walked from the rubble and sob for the ones left below? Did you burst out with pride for the red, white, and blue, and the heroes who died just doing what they do? Did you look up to heaven for some kind of answer, and look at yourself and what really matters? I'm just a singer of simple songs. I'm not a real political man.
Race fans, we welcome you to Cotton Bowl Speedway. It is night number 2, the Central States Dwarf Car Association, as we get set, national event, national points on the line. Hopefully you were here on night number 1, and these are your top 4 in each division from night number 1, starting from the front of the pack. Up on the point right there, car number 72 out of New Braunfels. This is the sportsman division. Your winner last night, it was Landon Cybery. Second place in the 12N out of Temple, that is Keith Lisher. Third place all the way from Kiowa, Colorado in the 42C, it is Kane Weidenbacher. And fourth place in the sportsman last night out of Belton in car number 27, it was Robert Carr. The veterans, next set of dwarf cars, and all 3 of these classes racing here tonight in night number 2. Out of Pueblo, Colorado, car number 22C, it's Brett Peel. Second place last night out of Benbow, Texas in the 81D, it's Jerry Buford. Out of Leander, third place on Friday night. Then car number 3, James Pena. And rounding out the top 4 out of Greeley, Colorado, in car number 89R, it's Dale Welch. In the pro division, who will also race tonight, the winner last night out of Danbury, Texas, car 41T, it's Dustin Rude. Second place out of Colorado Springs, Colorado, car number 36, Tip Holcomb. In car number 121 out of Burleson, third place last night, Chance Hall. And rounding out the top 4 last night, Out of Bernie, in car number 14, or car number 15, Ty Paxson. Big round of applause for our top 4 on Friday night, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you here tonight, number 2. Looking forward to a fantastic night of action. The Sport Compacts are here as well. And now, if you would join us for our opening prayer, which will be followed by our national anthem. Our opening prayer and invocation will be delivered by Cody Alexander, followed by our national anthem delivered by Larissa Brungott. Cody?
Please bow your heads and join me in prayer. Your most gracious Heavenly Father, Lord, we give you thanks for this day. We give you thanks for this beautiful track and beautiful weather in which you provided. Father God, we ask and we lift up our brothers and sisters on the East Coast tonight, Lord, as they are all suffering from a terrible, devastating hurricane, Lord. Father God, we ask that you heal them physically, emotionally, and bless them like they only know that you can. Father God, we ask for the safety of our drivers, our fans, and our staff members tonight, Lord, as they make it their way to this track, on this track, and away from this track. And it's in your Son's precious name we pray. Amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, time to get set. It is about go time right here at Cotton Bowl Speedway for night number 2. Huge dwarf car national event happening right here at CBS. We've got all the action right here. You're checking in on Race on Texas. All access if you are not here live on the property. Hey everybody, my name is Rodney Rodriguez. Good to be home, Texas. Glad to be back and glad to be rocking and rolling with you guys tonight as we get dwarf car action coming up. Big money on the line, national points, sport compacts are here as well. It's time to go racing at Cotton Bowl Speedway. As I said, 3 different divisions of those dwarf cars. You got the sportsmen, you got the veterans, and you got the pros. All of that happening here this evening as we get set for the side-by-side action and the sport compacts. Our local class that will showcase here this evening here at Cotton Bowl Speedway, getting set, heat race number 1, getting set to roll out onto the racetrack. Here comes heat race number 1 out on the racetrack as we get set to go. These are your sportsmen on the point. In car number 91, it's Ashlyn Newton on the outside. Car number 7, Ron Thiel, row 2 on the inside. In the 08, it is Danielle Long. On the outside, Dylan Payne in the 2K. Inside of the next row, Stacy Starrett in car number 37. On the outside, the 22X of Greg Payne. 84F on the inside, Brandon 40. And on the outside, Blaze Payne in car 2, rounding out the pack is the number 0 of Chris Ochoa. Getting set to go for heat race number 1 here in the sportsman division of your dwarf cars. This is a 10-lap heat race. 10-lap heat race as we get set to go. Cars rolling along the back straightaway. Lights are out around the speedway. Nathan Lavender up in the birdcage as we get set to go for the first heat race of the evening here at CBS. They come around to the start zone. Green flag in the air. We are off and rolling here at CBS. They fire off into turn number 1, and it is the 08. Nice move along down to the inside. Long working on the bottom. They motor out of turn number 2, and off they go down the back straightaway, side by side. Long down on the bottom, up on the top side. Look at that move by Payne. Payne is working there as they make their way around. Up on the top side, taking the long way around Cotton Bowl Speedway right here. Lap number 1 in the books, and trouble for Danielle Long in the 08 going down to the inside. But it is Dylan Payne up on the point in the 08. Payne hanging on as he really begins to stretch that lead out. The battle happening right behind him. You check out the battle there with Ron Thiel and Greg Payne in the 22X. It'll be Payne going down to the inside in the 22X, so he will hold that advantage as the 2X continues to take off from the pack. The battle is happening right behind him. Into turn number 1, good move by Chris Ochoa. Ochoa all the way from the back of the pack, and now Ochoa is going to go down on the bottom side of the racetrack to the back straightaway they go. Ochoa on the bottom side, Payne up on the top side. That is Greg Payne. Payne working down at the bottom of the racetrack. Here comes Ochoa down on the bottom. The lead really shaking out right there for your lead car in the 2K of Dylan Payne. Is Payne really hauling the mail right now, but the battle is for the second spot. Let's check that out as they make their way around. Trouble there, the 22X up to the top of the speedway and floating down to the bottom, or to the top. So Greg Payne in the 22X up at the top of the racetrack. And here comes the 7-car, Ron Thiel down on the inside. Thiel working down on the bottom. Greg Payne trying to hang on right there. Awful loose coming out of turn number 4, but he'll keep it in line and hold that spot. But it is Greg Payne relegated all the way back to the 4th spot as they dice it up side by side behind him. You got the 2-car and the 91 of Blaze trying to hang on the bottom side. Now they go single file as we go halfway home that time by. Halfway home that time by. Up at the front of the pack, motoring away, is Dylan Payne up at the front. He leads by a straightaway over Chris Ochoa and Danielle Long. Danielle Long able to make the way back up to the 3rd spot, and she is actually sitting on that podium spot. But the class of the field right now is Dylan Kane in the 2K as he works into turn number 1 up to the top of the speedway and works his way out of the corner. Ochoa riding in the 2nd spot. He rides almost 5 seconds behind. There is Ochoa on the back straightaway. He's managed to get away from the rest of the pack, and he rides by himself, working his way into turn number 3. Danielle Long, Greg Payne, Blaze Payne. That rounds out your top 5 as they race here in heat race number 1 in the sportsman division here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway. It is the Central States Dwarf Car Association race number 3. It's night number 2 here at CBS. Last night was amazing. Let's check out how night number 2 is going to shake out. 2 sticks in the air that time by for Payne as he leads down into turn number 1. It is Dylan Payne in the 2K up to the top of the racetrack. He's got a lot of traffic in front of him. Stacy Starrett, the first car in line, in the 37, followed by the 91. Thiel goes around in turn 4. Thiel right in front of the leaders. He'll slide down to the bottom of the racetrack. White flag in the air this time by, so we stay clean and green. Dylan Payne at the line will take the field into turn number 1, hanging on up at the top, not quite on the cushion, but he'll rim right around and take the long way around, and he'll jet down the back straightaway, diving into turn number 3. That time by it was 4.7 seconds. A drive-away win in Sportsman Heat Race number 1, car number 2K. It is Dylan Payne, the winner here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Second place out of turn number 4. Ochoa hanging on in the 0. Ochoa will come home second. And rounding out in the third spot, it'll be the 08 of Danielle Long. It's Dylan Payne, Ochoa, and Danielle Long, 1, 2, 3 in Sportsman Heat Race number 1 here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Trouble out of turn 4. The 2 goes around there of Blaze Payne, but he's able to get that car turned back around and free and clear there. But a wire-to-wire win for Dylan Payne as he checks off and wins in dominating fashion here in the Sportsman Division here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Here come the Sport Compacts out on the racetrack. Heat race number 1. Heat race number 1 for the Sport Compacts, a field of 10 tonight. On the point in car number 10, it's Reagan White. On the outside, car 7S, that's Stephen Bevels. Row 2 on the inside. In the 42, it's Bo Bollinger. On the outside, the 67L of Sean Leisure. Rounding out the pack, shotgun on the field in the double knot, it is Cody Crabb. Cody Crabb in car number 00. They make their way around. We're showing them one this time by, showing them one at the line as they make their way by the front grandstand here. 10 cars in the pits here tonight for the Sport Compacts at Cotton Bowl Speedway. This is the first of 2 heat races, as this is obviously one of the regular classes that you see here at CBS, and they race here tonight at this national event with the 3 divisions of the Central States Dwarf Car Association, also in presentation with the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas, based right here out of South Texas. They make their way into turn number 3 as we get set to go for a start. Working into turn number 3, it is White on the point into the start zone. Nathan Lavender in the bird cage drops the green flag. We are off and racing from the outside. In the 7S, it's Bevels with the whole shot into turn number 1. And Bevels will take the field down into the corner. Good battle happening right there behind him as they jet down the back straightaway. Take a look at that move by the 07. Making his way all the way up to the second spot, the 67, pardon me, that is Leisure. Leisure working right there out of turn number 4. Leisure almost up to the back bumper there, and they will race down into turn number 1. You see the speed shot on Race on Texas. Down into corner number 1, you got 2 car lengths in between them. To the back straightaway continues to be Bevels holding on in the 7S. Now beginning to widen that advantage out. We're going to call that about 8 car lengths back to the second place car of Sean Leisure in the 67L. 10-lap heat race here for the Sport Compacts as they now go single file 1, 2, 3. A side-by-side battle happening right behind them. Down on the inside, it's Reagan White in the 10. The 42 of Bo Bollinger up on the top side. Bollinger trying to take that spot. Bollinger up on the top side. White down on the bottom. White washes way up on the racetrack, but Bollinger does as well. But Bollinger's going to hang on to that spot as we come back around to the lead pack. And here is your leader, Bevels in the 7S. That lead beginning to shrink down just a little bit. It's now about 5 car lengths. Bollinger drops the back end of that race car sideways into the corner. That's going to allow the 67 just a little bit of ground right there. Sean Leisure, the driver out of Mansfield, Texas, able to close the gap. Nice straight entry, nice straight exit for the 67L of Leisure, and he now sets his sights on the back bumper, but a nice job there by Bevels as he's able to work on the top side as he is slinging that car sideways down into the corner. Remember, front wheel drive race cars right here, but here comes the 67. On the charge is Sean Leisure in the 67L. He now rides about 3 car lengths behind. Cross flags in the air right here. We are halfway home, 5 down and 5 to go. And the hot spot on the racetrack is right there up at the front of the pack. In the catbird seat is the 7S of Sean Bevels. Sean Leisure right on his tail. It's 1.5 car lengths. As they make their way onto the back straightaway, you see this Bevels right there able to stretch it out just a little bit. He'll take it about 3 car lengths. Now you see the backside start to slide around right there. Very nice racetrack that we have here put together here by Cotton Bowl Speedway tonight. Here is Leisure up on the top side. The thing to watch tonight, watch how the racetrack is going to work itself in, because typically you've got modifieds, you've got street stocks, you've got all these different divisions that are racing out here big, heavy, 3,000-pound race cars. You've got 1,800-pound modifieds. You've got all of that tonight. You've got four-wheel drive, very light race cars. You've got 1,300-pound dwarf cars. You're not going to have the typical weight that you have in this racetrack tonight. So to watch the Speedway tonight, watch the evolution of the racetrack as the sun has gone down, that's going to be one of the coolest parts of watching what kind of racetrack we end up tonight. Not a lot of dust, a little bit of moisture down on the bottom. Very good racetrack here to this point. Continues to be up on the point. Bevels into turn number 1, down to the inside of the 10 car of White. As White off the pace, White now gets in line. Here's the 67L of Leisure's going to get back in line, held up there just a little bit. That's going to allow Bevels to stretch the lead out by about a half a car length, and they'll make their way around up at the top, pivoting off the corner. White flag in the air. One more time around for your race leader in the 7S. It is Stephen Bevels taking the field down into turn number 1. Sean Leisure rides in the second spot. We'll call that about 4 car lengths. Onto the back straightaway we go. Let's see if the 7S of Bevels can hang on. The driver out of Granbury, Texas. You got Granbury and you got Mansfield represented right here. So North Texas doing mighty fine here in the Sport Compacts tonight. Double pink and black checkered flags at the line. Stephen Bevels will win over the 67L of Sean Leisure. Third place car making his way out of turn number 3 on the podium. It'll be the 00 of Cody Crabb. 1, 2, 3 in heat race number 1 for the Sport Compacts presented by Design Welding. Coming up next here at Cotton Bowl Speedway, it's heat race number 2 for the Compacts. Heat race number 2 in the chute and ready to roll out onto the Speedway here for the Sport Compacts. As I said, a field of 10 of them here tonight at CBS. And here they come out onto the racetrack. First car out in line right there. That was your winner the last time out here at CBS in the 03G. It is Gabriella King. On the outside, the 33K of Kayla Pouncey. Row 2 inside, the 03 of Julie Crabb. On the outside, the 3M of Mark Earl. Rounding out the pack in the 4M, it'll be Mason Mock. Mason Mock in the 4M. Heat race number 2 rolling around for the Sport Compacts here at CBS. We're showing them one at the line, showing them one as they make their way around. Great 4-cylinder entry-level division. If this is something that you aspire to do, you're looking to get into racing in 2023, check out cottonbowlspeedway.com. The rules, racecbs.com, rules tab up at the top of the page. Check it out, and that is what you do. Safety modifications, the name of the game right here. You're not going to be modifying suspension. You're not going to be modifying engine. If you do, you are breaking the rules, my friend. So here we go. Stock, stock, stock. Modern day entry-level class right here with the 4-bangers. They drag it very slowly down into turn number 3. Gabriella King on the point. Kayla Pouncey on the outside as they hit towards the pink tire. That is your start zone in turn 4. On the gas. And Nathan Lavender does not like that. A little bit of a jump right there on the 03G. Depending how you look at that, that's either going to be a jump by the 03G or Pouncey in the 33K does not get going. However, as they roll their way around, when they get to the start zone right there, the leader sets a pace. The leader will take off. Very discombobulated field, so we're going to try it once again. We'll get them double file, get them back in line, and try to do it one more time as Pouncey will go back up to the outside. Lights remain out, so we are quickly locked and loaded, re-racked and restacked, and we're going to try it one more time. Into the start zone they come with Gabriella King on the point. Green flag up in the air, and we are off and racing here at CBS. Gabriella King, huge hole shot to the front of the pack. Mark Earl in the 3M. Down into turn number 1 they go to the backstretch. Off they roll, and now you got a battle happening up at the front. The 03G and the 3 down on the inside, racing down into turn number 1. Big hole shot move down into the bottom. Nice grip down on the bottom of the Speedway. Let's watch the 03K of King up on the top side trying to hang on. Dead heat at the line that time by Mark Earl down on the bottom, and they go side by side. You got a drag race happening there. You could slide a slip of paper in between them as the 3 car down on the bottom of Earl King up on the top side, trying to make it stick down on the bottom is Earl. He'll wash up the racetrack just a little bit right there. King doing a good job making it stick up on the top side. Nice arc there by the 03G, and she will take the lead up at the top side. Up the racetrack goes Mark King. To the back straightaway we go, side by side. Mark King really washing up the racetrack there at the exit of turn number 2. Gabriella King's going to get back in line behind him. Earl on the bottom, a little bit of a bobble. Here comes Gabriella back up on the top side. You got a dogfight happening up at the front of the pack as you see the speed shot on Race on Texas into turn number 1. Mark Earl slinging it down at the bottom. He goes straight up the racetrack trying to get those wheels cranked, and it absolutely just plows right there, handling like a dump truck as he goes straight up the hill, and that's going to allow Gabriella King in the 03K to close the gap just a bit. It's a car length and a half out of turn number 4 as they make their way down the front straightaway once again, continuing to hold on. It is Mark Earl. Earl out of Burleson. You've got the North Texas contingent here tonight, and he's up at the top as he diamonds it off the corner, gets a nice straight shot off and make his way down the backstretch. It was 0.7 of a second the last time by for Earl. He'll dive it down into the corner, slides it sideways, gathers it back in. We're halfway home right here. 5 down, 5 to go for Mark Earl in the 3. Gabriella King trying to go back-to-back as she wins last time out last week here at CBS. And now she is chasing the driver out of Burleson. Way up to the top of the speedway she goes, lays that right rear up on the cushion and is able to keep it in line, but she loses a lot of ground right there as Earl dives down into the corner, wiggles it a little bit, but gets it back in line and continues to hang on as King makes her way out of turn number 4. At the line that time by, it's a 2-second advantage. 2.682 seconds is the advantage for Mark Earl in car number 3. M to the backstretch. Earl hanging on. We're past the halfway point. These two cars have taken off from the field. As you see Earl coming out of the corner right there, you can watch him through the corners. Both of these cars, they have got those wheels cranked. You're going to crank that thing all the way to the left and try to get it to turn. Earl doing a really nice job there as he is actually taking that car in there, stabbing the brake, bringing the right side of the right rear of the car around and trying to slide his way around the corner. You see it happening again right there. That is a very nice job right there and a very tough thing to do in a 4-cylinder front-wheel drive car. 2 sticks in the air, 2 more times around, this time by for Mark Earl in the 3M. He's got some company up in front of him. You got a big battle happening in front of them. It is Mason Mock in the 4M and Kayla Pouncey in the 33K. Those two racing for position, and Mark Earl begins to beat down right on their back bumpers. White flag in the air this time by. One more time around, 3/8 of a mile to go this time for Mark Earl in the 3M into turn number 1. Is he going to have to deal with these lap cars? The advantage right now is 5.5 seconds, but he's got those 2 cars right in front of him. Pouncey goes down to the bottom of the racetrack. Mock's going to go down to the bottom of the racetrack as well. And here's Earl. Earl down into the corner. He will win it as he makes his way out of turn number 4. There are those checkered flags in the air. The 3M of Mark Earl wins heat race number 2 in the Sport Compacts, followed by the 03K or 03G of Gabriella King. The 03 of Julie Crabb will round out your top 3 in Sport Compact Heat Race number 2 here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway. We get set. Coming up next, heat races for the veterans of the Dwarf Car Series. Veteran Dwarf Car heat races coming up here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. There is Gabriella King there in the 03G, a winner the last time out here at CBS, winning her first feature race. She comes home in the runner-up spot here in the second heat race. In the chute, making their way out of turn number 2. Here comes heat race number 1. For your veteran Dwarf Car Series, your starting lineup on the point in car number 24, it's Robert Stewart. On the outside in the 47A, it's Steve Capuan. Row 2 inside in the 06, John Pipe. On the outside, Billy White in the 121. Row 3 on the inside, it's Vince Cassier. On the outside, Roger Peel, car number 28. And rounding out the pack in car number 52C, it's Don Jackson. Let me tell you about some of these hometowns right here. Capuan, Surprise, Arizona. Pipe, Greeley, Colorado. Peel in the 28. Casper, Wyoming, for crying out loud. And Jackson, shotgun on the field in the 52 out of Peyton, Colorado. Talk about a national event. That is what you have here in the heat race for the veteran dwarf car division tonight at the Central States Dwarf Car Association, race number 3, night number 2 here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Rolling on to the back straightaway. A big thanks as well from the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas to Matco Tools. Some contingency prizes on the line tonight from Matco Tools, so they have really stepped up to the forefront there with Dwayne Groff and the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas. Lights are off around the speedway. We get set to go into the start zone. Stewart down on the inside. Green flag waves in the air, and Stewart will guide the field down into turn number 1. Capuan up on the top side. They race side by side through turn number 1. Onto the back straightaway you go. Look at that big blast up on the top side from Steve Capuan in car number 47. He'll lead the field as they go single file into turn number 3, making their way out of corner number 4. 2.5 car lengths in between them. At the stripe, Capuan leads, followed by Stewart. Dead heat at the line there, but it is the 06 that is able to take the spot. John Pipe out of Greeley, Colorado. Colorado driver rides in the 3rd spot as the top 3 make their way down the back straightaway. We go single file all the way around the speedway. Out of turn number 4, Capuan in the 47A will lead lap number 2, followed by Stewart, the 06 car of Pipe. That is your 1, 2, 3. Hot spot on the racetrack, really starting to heat up right now as you check in on All Access with Race on Texas. Robert Stewart in that spot. 1.5 car lengths back is the 06 car of John Pipe. And Pipe is going to go down to the bottom of the speedway out of turn number 4. Stewart working up on the top side. Pipe down to the bottom. Stewart able to maintain up on the top side. But Pipe right down to the bottom of the speedway. He'll wash up just a little bit of contact out of turn number 2. Stewart loses the grip, bounces it off the fence, trying to hang on. Great job. Stewart will spin it out in the front end of the race car into the fence there as he had the slightest bit of contact with John Pipe in the 06, and that is what happens with these dwarf cars. No fenders, open wheel, the slightest bit of contact to be able to hang on to one of these twitchy machines. And it is Stewart with a valiant effort to keep that on the racetrack, but he does go around. He'll gather it back in, and hopefully he'll be able to rejoin the fray. Gets the car checked out there. Looks like everything is free and clear. Let's check out the Race on Texas replay. Down into turn number 1, here's Pipe. Pipe goes up the racetrack, a little bit of contact there, additional contact, racing incident right there. Stewart trying to hang on, but it turns to the right and finally not able to hold on to it. And he goes with that front bumper right into the retaining wall on the back straightaway. Slightest bit of contact, and that was a situation there where Pipe goes into the corner and the 2 cars come together, and that's where that contact happens. We'll re-rack them and restack them. Texas 2-step restart coming up. Steve Capuan is your race leader in car number 47 up at the front of the pack. Capuan hanging on. It is John Pipe down on the inside in the 06. Billy White in the 121, flanking him on the outside. Next row down in the inside, it's Vince Cassier in the 56 car. And we are double checking with the race control on the call on the racetrack there as you had that incidental contact there. But here comes the field making their way around. It'll be John Pipe to the back. 06 car to the back will be the call from race control. So to the back will go John Pipe as he made his way all the way up to the front of the pack. The driver out of Greeley, Colorado. John Pipe currently running there in the 2nd spot. We'll go to the back of the pack here in heat race number 1 for your veteran dwarf cars. Still working there to get the 06 to the back. 28 car there, Roger Peel will make his way in, and there goes the 06 to the back of the pack as word to the driver there of the 06. 56 car, Cassier goes to the outside. So it looks like our lineup is set. Now our official Texas 2-step restart. Here they come around. 47 up on the point, Steve Capuan. Inside of row number 2, car number 28, Roger Peel, all the way out of the God's country of Wyoming, Casper, Wyoming, is Roger Peel making the haul here tonight, this weekend to Cotton Bowl Speedway. Billy White out of Temple on the outside of row number 2. Here we go. Double stacked all the way back from that lead car. In your Texas 2-step restart, lights are out around the speedway, so it's going to be Capuan going whenever he chooses to put that thing to the floor. Here we go down into the corner. Capuan up on the top side on the gas. He'll diamond it down to the bottom. Green flag in the air. We are off and racing with the heat race for the veteran dwarf car division. Into turn number 1, Capuan. Boy, they stack it up behind him. Billy White up on the top side. Nice move by White as he will take the second spot. 28 car going down to the inside. That is Roger Peel quickly slicing through the middle of the pack. Big time move right there by Kassir. Kassir opens up as he goes to the top, and here comes Robert Stewart down to the middle, or in the middle of the pack. Stewart's going to the top side, way down to the bottom of the racetrack. Goes Peel in the 28. Stewart's going to try to power it out of the corner. Back straightaway we go. Hot spot on the racetrack right there for third. A little bit of contact out of turn number 2. Down on the bottom is the 28 car Appeal. Up on the top side is Stewart. They wheel it out of turn number 4. Stewart trying to hang it on the top side. You see the cross flags right there as they make their way into turn number 1. Stewart straight up the racetrack. Peel down on the bottom. Back straightaway we go side by side. Stewart power move up on the top side. Give it to Robert Stewart all the way back up to the third spot. But now we're turning the wick up at the front of the pack. Steve Capuan in the 47A. All kinds of company from the driver from Temple, Texas. Billy White in the 121. Billy White up to the top side. Good drive off of the corner down at the bottom of the racetrack. The 47 car at Capuan. He'll take 4 car lengths into turn number 1. Here's Billy White going back down to the bottom. Billy White will wash it up high. Capuan, middle of the speedway. Capuan hanging on, and he will take the field into turn number 1. He leads that time by 7/10 of a second. Massive battle happening behind him. Stewart hanging on. Here comes the 06 car of John Pipe. Those two no strangers to each other. Dropping back the 28 car of Roger Peel. You got a 3-car battle right there. Stewart, White, and Peel out of turn number 4. Down the front straightaway we go, and it's intensifying right there with John Pipe down on the inside. He says, hello, friend. It's me again. Let's do this one more time. Onto the back straightaway we go. John Pipe's going to take a peek down on the inside. Pipe just drives the wheels off it as he goes up the racetrack. Slide job down to the bottom. Here comes Stewart on the bottom. White flag up in the air. Look at this battle into turn number 1. Slide job coming back the other way. Pipe will wash it up the racetrack, cranking it down to the bottom. Robert Stewart trying to get the drive off of turn number 2. 1 car length in between them. Here they come around. That's the battle. Out of turn number 4, car number 47. Yellow flag on the racetrack. Caution flag on the racetrack. Trouble turn number 4. Turn number 4. As 1 car goes around, it looks like that is Vince Kassir out of Port Lavaca in the 56. Goes around in turn number 1 as the white flag lap was commencing right there. Did not see a checkered flag. Did not see a checkered flag, and that is probably going to bring us to a green-white checkered finish coming up. And here we are into the corner. Taking a look there in turn number 1. Here they come around, so we will have a green-white checkered coming up here in the heat race for the veteran division here of the dwarf cars in the Central States Dwarf Car Association race number 2. Up on the point, car number 47, Steve Capuan out of Surprise, Arizona. He goes to the front of the pack, and he has led the majority of this. Billy White out of Temple will line up inside of row number 2. Robert Stewart, nice drive for the veteran Texas hot shoe, as he is a regular competitor here at Cotton Bowl Speedway in the Sport Compacts, but jumping into a dwarf car here tonight. And I can tell you from past experience, because I did it, I've got one in the garage right now. If he jumps in this thing and the ride he is having in this race, he's going to get one. Here they come around. We're showing him one right here. Showing him one at the line this time by. Green-white checkered coming up right here for the veteran division. In heat race competition, Steve Capuan up on the point in car number 47A. Can he hang on? He's got two guys that have been slicing through the field, but the car on the move as well in that segment was the driver out of Colorado, John Pipe, in the 06. He sits on the inside of row number 3. Green, white, checkered coming up right here. Lights are out around the Speedway. We are set to rock and roll here from Cotton Bowl Speedway in Page, Texas. Out of turn number 4 they come. Green flag in the air from Nathan Lavender. We are off and rolling. Here's Capuan on the gas. He'll take 2 car lengths into turn number 1. Billy White rides in second. Here's Stewart, followed by the 06 of John Pipe. Onto the back straightaway we go. They ride single file down into turn number 3. That's a 7 car length advantage. White trying to close it up, and he does, going into the corner. White up on the top side. White flag in the air. 3/8 of a mile to go for Capuan in car number 47. White, Stewart, Pipe into turn number 1. They slide it down into the corner. John Pipe way up to the top of the racetrack. Billy White will crank it down out of turn number 2. To the back straightaway we go into turn number 3. They all go down to the bottom of the racetrack. Double checkered flags in the air. It's Capuan in the 47. White, Stewart, and Pipe. That is your top 4. Followed by the 28 of Roger Peel in a competitive, exciting heat race for the veteran division here in the Dwarf cars tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Wow. Fantastic action right there as you had your green-white checkered competition going back and forth. And we will get set. Our next heat race coming up, we will have the Pro Series coming up. The Dwarf Car Pro Series coming up as they will make their way out for their heat race competition. And they'll get set to roll, and I believe, if I'm probably going to be corrected, I think we've got one driver that needs to jump out of one car and get into another one, or vice versa, something like that. So that'll be happening here. So we'll have a momentary pause here as we work these Dwarf cars and get them situated in line. So these Dwarf cars, this is a series that, if you go back and trace the chronology of the Dwarf cars, it goes all the way back to the early 70s and what was back then the regular Dwarf cars. And man, they have transformed themselves, but still the same basic concept. A short wheelbase car weighing about 1,000 pounds, can't exceed 1,300 pounds. That is how these things work, and this is some kind of horsepower right here. Heat race number 1 on the racetrack for the Pro Series. In the 51C out of Aurora, Colorado, it's Zach Larson on the outside out of Leander, the 20 of the mechanic Ryan Story. Row 2 on the inside out of Taft, Braden Becker on the outside out of Bernie, the 12T of Dylan Coyne. Row 3 on the inside out of Kingsville, Colby Urbanovsky, and the 24 on the outside out of Whitney. In the 70J, it is James Kane. Row 4 on the inside, Ricardo Leon out of Avondale, Arizona. And rounding out the pack, Yuri Tulchin out of Granbury in the 9C as we roll under the caution flag here for heat race number 1 in your pro division of the Dwarf cars. And very much so, as you can probably tell, these cars all look alike. It's different divisions based on experience, points, so forth and so on. That is how all of this is broken out. Rules basically the same for all 3 different divisions. It's just 3 different categories. And this is race number 2 of this series with the Central States Dwarf Car Association. So this is a series that goes nationwide, and obviously you can tell there from the driver introductions right there, you've got folks from all over the country that have made their way to the booming metropolis of Page, Texas here this weekend for this race event as we circulate them around. Working to get the final car out onto the speedway. You've watched the sportsmen, you've watched the veterans, and you've seen the sport compacts. This is the pro division. This is the pro division of the Dwarf cars here this weekend. Here they come around. We show them one at the line, rolled up green flag, showing them one as they make their way around. Zach Larson on the point in the 51C. Ryan Stoy on the outside. That is your front row as they work their way into turn number 1. Lights are out around the Speedway, so they're locked and loaded, and they will go whenever they damn well choose. Here we go down into the corner. The 51 of Zach Larson brings them around as they make their way into the start zone at turn number 4. Nathan Lavender drops the green flag, and we are off and racing. Whole shot move, Larson into turn number 1 down at the bottom of the racetrack. They stack it up behind him. Larson straight up the racetrack, but he'll just crank it right down the corner, and he'll take it now. 5 car lengths into turn number 1, Zach Larson. The battle happening behind him. It's Stoy in the 20. Here comes Coyne. Coyne all over the backside of the 12 as they make their way around down the front straightaway. You watch Stoy as he drops it out at the top of the racetrack. And now you got 3 cars out of the Dwarf Car Racing Series at Texas. Stoy in the 20, the 12 of Dylan Coyne, and the 117 now of Braden Becker. It's Coyne going down to the inside. Coyne will take the runner-up spot. Coyne straight up the racetrack. Stoy goes down to the bottom. Stoy spins around, comes to a stop right at the tractor tire. He'll get it back in line, and we are clean and green. Nice job right there by Stoy as he gets it rolling. Onto the back straightaway we go. You got a 3-car breakaway up at the front of the pack with Zach Larson leading, but here comes Coyne. Coyne down to the inside at the quarter panel. Down into the corner, up at the top is Larson. Coyne down on the flat part of the racetrack. Dead heat at the line. Here comes Braden Becker. Becker's going up to the top side. He's going to chase Larson. Now he'll go down to the bottom as Coyne has the bottom line. Look at Becker going down to the bottom. Larson drives it off the corner. He'll hang on to the spot. Coyne is right there. Coyne dives it down into the corner. Coyne trying to work down at the bottom of the racetrack. Larson up on the top side. Coyne nice and steady down on the bottom. Larson working up on the top side into turn number 1. Here's Coyne. Away up the track goes Larson. Maybe a little bit of contact there into the corner. That allows Becker to slide down on the inside. And now Braden Becker runs in the runner-up spot, and he will chase Dylan Coyne in the 12T. Out of turn number 4, we are halfway home right here, race fans. 5 down and 5 to go for Dylan Coyne at the line. He leads by 0.8 of a second. Everybody going to the top of the racetrack. Watch him into turn number 1. Everybody pushing to the top of the racetrack. Still a little bit of moisture down on the bottom. We saw Coyne flirting with the bottom of the racetrack. He was able to gain a position right there, but they are working in about the 3rd and a half groove up on the top of the Speedway. Here's Becker. Becker trying to take that same line into the corner as Dylan Coyne. Onto the back straightaway we go. These 3 cars getting away from the pack. It's Coyne, Becker, Larson, Urbanowski. That is your top 5 as they run here in the heat race for the heat race number 1 for the Pro Division. Out of turn number 4, you got some company happening up at the front of the pack as Coyne is hanging on. But here comes the 117 of Becker. Becker is right there. He's going to ride about 7 car lengths behind. Onto the back straightaway we go. It was a half a second that time by, so he's trimmed 2/10 off. 2 sticks in the air this time by. Heat race number 1 in the Pro Division in the 12T. Dylan Coyne trying to hang on. Braden Becker riding in his coattails as they race down into turn number 1. Trouble turn number 4. You got 1 car around, but I think we're going to be okay. That's Ricardo Leon in the 81. He's sitting right down at the bottom of the racetrack. The field into turn number 3 and the caution. That will draw the caution flag on the racetrack. Yellow flag waves. And oh boy, can we get any tighter. It looked like Becker was making a move at that point to get to the back of the 12T, and right now he will park it right on the rear bumper as we get set for a restart coming up. And this will be another green-white checkered situation coming up here in heat race number 1 for the Pro Division of the Dwarf Cars. There's Ricardo Leon in the 81 out of Avondale, Arizona. But he will get it all back in line. Showing him one right here. Showing him one in the birdcage. Texas 2-step restart coming up right here as they make their way in front of us. Here they come. Coyne on the point in the 12T. Inside of row number 2. It'll be Urbanowski in the 24. Up on the top side. Becker in the 117. Down on the inside. The 9S of Yuri Tolchin out of Granbury. The rest of the pack falls in line behind him. Lights getting set to go out around the Speedway. Lights will go out right now. So here we go. Coyne up on the point on the restart. Coyne can go whenever he is ready to go. Let's watch them work their way into turn number 3. They tighten it up behind him. Coyne way up on the top side, just cranks it to the bottom. Green flag in the air. We are off and racing. Turn number 1. It's Dylan Coyne by 5 car lengths into the corner, followed by Becker up on the top side. Side-by-side battle running behind him. Urbanowski hanging on. The back straightaway they go. Now they string it out. They go single file as they race into turn number 3. Here comes Becker. White flag in the air this time by. It's 3/8 of a mile right here around the massive Cotton Bowl Speedway. Coyne hanging on. Here comes Becker. Becker into the corner. Becker's going to follow him out of turn number 2. Becker's going to try to drive it down to the bottom of the racetrack. Great exit right there by Coyne as he leans it over to the right-hand side. Jets down the back straightaway, opens up the bottom just a little bit. Let's see if Braden can make something happen down there. It will not happen. Checkered flag, or pardon me, there is your white flag. I'm a lap ahead here, guys. Into the corner. Now we are side by side. Side by side we go. Coyne on the gas. Becker was side by side into the corner. Into turn number 3 we go. Now you've got your double checkered flags. Out of turn number 4, it's Dylan Coyne in the 12T, followed by Braden Becker in the 117. Nice race at the line. Ryan Stoy all the way up to the 3rd spot. So Stoy with a big drive and a spin by Urbanovsky. He sits right here on the front straightaway as you had 3 cars coming side by side down the front straightaway. But when it's all said and done in heat race number 1, it is the driver out of Bernie. In the 12T, it's Dylan Coyne, who was a guest, by the way. The Revved Up Sports Show curse lives again. He was on the show Monday, boom, right into victory lane. That's what happens when you come on that fine radio program, which you can catch at RevvedUpSportsShow.com. Coming up, heat race number 2 for the Pro Dwarf Car Division. Second heat race coming up for the pros, and then we've got the dashes for each one of these series. Your starting lineup on the point in the 4C, Billy Taylor on the outside out of Strattsburg, Colorado. On the outside out of Waco, Brent Mayfield in the 251. Row 2 on the inside out of Moody in the 171. It's Brady Ricks on the outside out of Leander. In the 1K, it's Keegan Moore. Row 3 on the inside out of Las Vegas. In the 06, it is Ronnie Williams on the outside out of Bernie. It's Dylan Budnick rounding out the pack out of Houston. In car number 33, it is James Fitzgerald. 10 laps for heat race number 2 in the Pro Division of the Dwarf Cars here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway in race number 2 of the Central States Dwarf Car Association Championship Series. Lights are out around the Speedway. We double stack them, and they mind their P's and Q's going down into the corner. It's about to get just a tad bit racy as they make their way into turn number 3, into the start zone, making their way out of turn number 4. Nathan Lavender looks them over. Green flag in the air, and we are off and flying. Into turn number 1 we go. Side by side into the corner. Mayfield trying to get the drive on the top side. Billy Taylor way down to the bottom, and it'll be Taylor. They stack him up behind him. You were 3 wide coming out of the corner. Here's Mayfield up on the top side. Taylor down on the bottom. A little shower of sparks right there. It's still the 4. Billy Taylor out of Strasburg, Colorado, holding on, but Mayfield on the top side. The 251 will lead that time by. Look at that gaggle behind him. You're stacking them 3 wide out of the corner. Here they come. The 4C on the top side will try to hang on to the 2nd spot. Dylan Budnick rides in the 3rd spot. Look at that, to the bottom of the racetrack. That is a power move right there down into the corner. Lap number 2, Budnick hanging on to the 3rd spot. The 06 car is right there of Ronnie Williams. Williams will float right up the racetrack. You saw John Wire in that car earlier, but now it is the driver out of Las Vegas, Nevada, Ronnie Williams, battle for the 2nd spot. Here's Dylan Budnick going down to the bottom. Budnick, one of the DCRST drivers, and he will slide his way into the 2nd spot over the 4C of Billy Taylor. Into turn number 1 they go, but Taylor's coming back down on the bottom side. Billy Taylor trying to hang up on the bottom side. Too much momentum on the top side, and it's going to be Budnick taking the spot. The 06 of Ronnie Williams side by side, and he will now take the 3rd spot. He washes up the racetrack, and it'll be Taylor trying to work on the bottom side once again. Taylor bottom feeding down at the racetrack. Taylor's doing a really good job to keep the car down on the bottom side. Everybody's floating around on the outside, but as they lose the momentum, he's able to get the grip, but now he just loses the spot as I say that. Up to the top of the pack we go. Here's Dylan Budnick on the bottom side. Brent Mayfield on the top. Up the track goes Budnick, having to get on the binders is Mayfield, and it'll be a brand new race leader that time by Dylan Budnick, but the 06 of Ronnie Williams is right there behind him. That is the battle that you are watching right now on Race on Texas All Access. To the bottom of the racetrack, it's Ronnie Williams trying to make it stick. Crossover move down on the bottom. The slider's not going to work. Here comes Mayfield down on the bottom. Mayfield will take that spot back and keep Williams back in the 3rd spot. And the 4C is there once again. Billy Taylor. Here comes the 06. Williams is going to go back down to the racetrack once again. Mayfield up on the top side. All of this happening for the 2nd spot as they chase that lead car that is making its way away from the pack. It's Dylan Budnick. But look at the battle for 2nd. You see it on the speed shot right there. You've got 3 of them running all together, and another one knocking on the door of Keegan Moore trying to get into the mess as well. A 4-car jumble for the second, third, fourth, and fifth spots. All of this happening behind Dylan Budnick as they make their way around. 2 sticks in the air this time by for the 25 car. The driver out of Bernie into turn number 1. Free and clear of the second spot is Ronnie Williams. Now the dogfight happening for the third spot. Brent Mayfield in the 251, followed by the 1K of Keegan Moore. Now they stretch it out just a little bit. Here's Moore going down to the bottom side. This time around, a white flag in the air. Massive battle happening for the third spot. Mayfield trying to hang on. Keegan Moore is right there, but into the corner we go. You got some tracks happening. Ronnie Williams is gaining just a little bit of ground right there on Dylan Budnick, but he's going to run out of time. He's probably going to need about 2 more laps, and he ain't getting them, my friends. Checkered flags in the air. It's Dylan Budnick in car number 25. Budnick followed by Ronnie Williams in the 06. Brent Mayfield, Keegan Moore, and the 4C of Billy Taylor round out your top 5 in heat race number 2 for the pros here tonight in the Dwarf Car Nationals at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Coming up next, it should be your dashes coming up, so you will have a dash for the sportsman, and you will have a dash for the veterans. So 2 more races coming up here. 10-lap dashes for the sportsman and veteran divisions. That's coming up. Got a couple of cars, we got a couple of drivers that we'll be doing, as you saw right there. You've got cars with multiple drivers, so that is what we're actually switching out right now. So the sportsman will be out shortly as soon as we get drivers out of one car, so the next driver can step into that car and we'll roll them out. So momentary pause right here as we work on that. And we do remind you, you can make your way down to the concession stand, get some of that good grub down there, get yourself something cold to drink here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway. And we do remind you, coming up here at Cotton Bowl Speedway, October 14th and the 15th, it'll be the season finale for the racetrack here in a very great 2022 season, as it'll be Oktoberfest time. That is October 14th and 15th here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Additional information at racecbs.com. That is 2 weeks from tonight. The annual Oktoberfest season finale happening here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Don't forget, race fans, to download the My Race Pass app. Lots of cool stuff to do right there. Talking about our Oktoberfest coming up here on the 14th and 15th of October. You can actually buy your admission tickets right there. You can get your admission there. Coolest thing about it is when you make your way out to the Speedway on a race night like this, you can follow along with everything that I'm telling you on the My Race Pass app. You can just pull that thing up, live timing and scoring. People tell me, man, how do you know that it's 0.5 of a second? I'm like, well, because it's telling me. It's telling me on the app. Hey, y'all, 50/50 tickets on sale tonight as well. There you see the lovely Danielle as she is making her way through the bleachers here tonight. Grab yourself a 50/50 ticket. Culmination of the night, we'll do a drawing right there. Half of that cold hard cash, if we draw your ticket, goes home with you. And here's the best part, guys. Here's the best part. You don't have to report that as income, my friends. 50-50, cold hard cash. Here we go. They make their way out. It is the Sportsman division getting set for their dash. And your starting lineup out of New Braunfels. Winner last night in the 72. It's Landon Cybery on the outside. Out of Casper, Wyoming in the 333. Michael Oakley. Row 2 on the inside in the 14R. Out of Three Rivers, it's Dwayne Burford. On the outside, out of Temple, Keith Lisher. Row 3 on the inside, out of Temple, Thomas Mock. On the outside, out of Colorado Springs, Colorado, it's Aaron Berman. Row 4 on the inside, out of Belton, Landon Falkenberg. On the outside, out of Leander, Robert Carr. Final row, out of Moody in the 171, it's Tim Ellis. On the outside, out of Kiowa, Colorado, it's Kane Weidenbacher. We get set. Here they come making their way around the Sportsman Dash. 10 laps of action happening right here. As they work on the back straightaway, lights are out around the racetrack, so we are locked and loaded and ready to go. Here with the Sportsman Dash. Into turn 3 they go at the start zone. Nathan Lavender likes what he sees. Or does he? No green flag there. That's going to be a no-go right there as the green flag does not come out. Green flag does not come out. They were set and looking pretty good down into the corner. However, if you look over at turn number 1, look at that trail of oil right up at the top of the racetrack. Looks like somebody hand grenades an engine going into turn number 1. So you got a trail of oil heading right down into the corner. Track safety crew makes their way over immediately. And we will definitely need to get that addressed before we turn them loose. So no start there on that first attempt. And that gives you yet another opportunity, race fans, to get yourself 50-50 tickets right there along the front walkway, friends, right there along the front walkway. But here is safety crew working up at turn number 1 as we will work to get that cleaned up. So we'll have to take a look here and see how long this is going to take as this track begins to rubber in and slick up just a little bit. Cannot, absolutely not have that oil sitting up at the top of the racetrack. And we're taking a look to make sure that the car that bombards the engine is okay. So here we go. Track safety crew will go to work at turn number 1. So we will have, once again, a momentary pause as we work to get all of this cleaned up in turn number 1. Another good opportunity to head down to the concession stand, a little pause for the cause, take care of all of that good stuff. And I'll remind you once again to don't forget, October 14th and 15th, it is the Oktoberfest happening here at Cotton Bowl Speedway, racecbs.com. Cars moving on the racetrack. Word from the racetrack, apparently that is water. is water. So maybe not an engine that goes awry, something, I don't know. You never know with one of these things. Radiator hose, something, but not oil. So we'll actually try to run the cars through this, get this soaked in just a little bit. So here we go, rolling them out at turn number 4. So still 10 laps remaining here in the Sportsman Dash. Veteran Dash coming up as well after that. We'll have intermission, and then we will go main event racing tonight. Pay out the big bucks here in this national event happening here at Cotton Bowl Speedway for the Dwarf cars. All right, here they come around. They will get the one to go at the line right here. Showing them one right here. Re-rack and restack. We try it one more time. Here in the Sportsman Dash. Cybery on the point. Oakley on the outside. Burford and Lisher. That is your top 2 rows. Complete restart here for this Sportsman Dash. 10 laps of action. Still to be run here as we take them on the back straightaway. Lights are out around the racetrack. Now they go double stacked. Cybery on the point. He was the winner last night here at CBS. We get set to go. Here we go down into the corner. Still the field totally discombobulated right here. I think there's some confusion with some of the drivers thinking that we should be on a Texas 2-step restart, which we shouldn't. This is a complete restart. Nathan Lavender in the birdcage says green flag, and we are off and rolling. Here we go down into the corner. It's Cybery in the 72 taking the field. It'll be a 2-car length advantage down into turn number 1. Back straight away we go. Cybery hanging on side by side is the battle up to the top side. It is a 12 in a Lisher. Lisher hanging on in the 3rd spot. He'll take a peek to the outside of Oakley in the 333. They double stack it behind them as well. So you got 2 rows of 2 down the front straightaway we go. A little sideways there out of the corner in the 14R is Burford. Burford able to hang on as he works, but he does lose a spot right there as we head to the backstretch, and Lisher will take the spot into the 2nd position. Goes Lisher in car number 12. Here they come out of the corner. It continues to be Cybery, the winner last night. He is trying to sweep this bad boy. Here we go into the corner, followed by Lisher in car number 12, riding in the 2nd spot. 3rd place car sitting there behind him. Onto the back straightaway we go. Fighting their way down the backstretch, down into the corner. It's Cybery leading by 1 second, but he will extend that out here this time by as they make their way by. Here's Cybery in the 72, followed by Lisher, the 42C sitting in the 3rd spot. That is the car driven by Kane Weidenbacher all the way out of Kiowa, Colorado. Weidenbacher running in the 3rd spot, followed by the 333 of Michael Oakley. Oakley rides in the 4th spot, rounding out the top 4. It is Dwayne Burford out of 3 Rivers in the 14R. Single file racing all the way around the racetrack, all the way back to the 6th spot. You got a battle happening right there, the 27 and the 44, but they stretch that one out, and now the field makes their way into the corner. Here we go as we catch that battle for the 6th spot. 27 up on the top side. That's Robert Carr out of Leander. He'll be free and clear into that spot as he takes a spot from Thomas Mock in the 44M and now sets his sights there on the 14R of Burford. Burford in the middle of the racetrack. Carr's going to go to the top of the racetrack, but they stay single file down into the corner. Here comes a 44 coming back at him, Thomas Mock. It is a drag race down the back straightaway. Carr able to hang on up on the top side in the 27 as they make their way down the front straightaway once again. It continues to be Cybery hanging on at the line that time by on lap number 6. He leads by 1.5 seconds in car number 72. We catch back up to this battle here on All Access Three-car battle right there with the 14C or 14R hanging on, a Burford, and now you got 3 cars stacked up behind him. Robert Carr leads the 27 car. Right behind him, the 44M of Thomas Mock. A little bit of contact there as they shake it out at turn number 4. This is obviously the hot spot on the racetrack. Down into turn number 1, the 8 of Landon Falkenberg out of Belton. He's made his way into this race as well as this bunch of cars mixing it up. Here's Falkenberg going up to the top side. That is the only side-by-side battle that we see. 2 sticks in the air this time by for the 72 of Landon Seibert. He started on the point, and now he is 1 lap away, or a lap and a half away, from winning the dash here in the Sportsman division. We follow that battle. You've got about 12 car lengths in between them. Lisher trying to dive into that advantage, but making no ground. White flag in the air. 3/8 of a mile this time by for Seibert in the 72. Into turn number 1, followed by Lisher, followed by the 3rd place car there trying to make up some ground, but this has been the 72 of Seibert from the get-go. He'll work into turn number 3. He wins the feature last night. He'll win the dash tonight in the Sportsman. Car number 72, it's Landon Seibert at the line. Lisher will come home second, followed by the 42 car of Kane Weidenbacher. That is your top 3 in the Sportsman dash here tonight with the Dwarf Car Nationals. And we will get set for the veteran division of the Dwarf cars, getting set to make their way out for their dash as they will make their way out of the chute, out of turn number 2. And here is your starting lineup. On the point in car number 47 out of North Fort Myers, Florida, the 47 is Brett Rice. On the outside out of Benbow, Texas, in the 81D, it's Jerry Buford. Row 2 on the inside out of Pueblo, Colorado, car 22C, it's Brett Peel. On the outside out of Corpus, the 50 of Jerry Book. Row 3 on the inside out of Leander, James Pena in car number 3. And the 89R shotgun on the field out of Greeley, Colorado, it's Dale Welch. 6 cars, 10 laps. And this is your veteran division dash as we get set. Main event action coming up for the Dwarf cars after intermission. And of course, we will still have your sport compacts as well. So here's the field making their way out of turn number 2. So here's the field onto the back straightaway with the lights off around the racetrack. Up on the point, it is Rice out of Florida in car number 47. Into turn number 3, lights are out. Nathan Lavender up in the birdcage as he is locked and loaded, ready to go. The field double stacked, making their way into the start zone. We are ready to roll. Green flag waves in the air, and we are racing at Cotton Bowl Speedway. To the inside, look at that move. The 22C of Brett Peel out of Pueblo, Colorado. He'll dive to the bottom, and he will take the lead. Up on the outside, it's Buford in the 81D trying to work down to the bottom, but a fantastic move there on the start. He timed that perfect. Peel goes to the advantage, and he leads by 4 car lengths out of turn number 4. Here they come. Peel in the 22C at the line. A little bit of contact there. Around goes one car sitting down at the bottom of the racetrack. Let's see if that car gets fired, and indeed it does. So we will stay clean and green. Brett Peel continuing to hold the advantage. That car going around right there at the corner, that was the 81 car, the 81D of Jerry Buford, who started on the outside of row number 2. Here come the leaders out of turn number 1. It continues to be Peel, your leader in the 22C, followed by the 3 of James Pena, the driver out of Leander, running in the second spot. Pena straight up the racetrack. Onto the back straightaway we go, and here comes the field. Roaring down the back straightaway into turn number 3, the 22C of Brett Peel hanging on. He'll wash it up the corner just a little bit. Pena back on the gas as he bobbles a little bit coming out of the corner, but he keeps it in line. At the line that time by 1.103 seconds is the advantage for the driver out of Pueblo, Colorado. Brett Peel, who works down on the inside. It was inside of row number 2. And at the start, he goes down not quite to the flat part of the racetrack and makes the move right there. If you're wondering, how's the bottom of the racetrack doing? It's apparently doing pretty well, because down at the bottom, Brett Peel got all the grip, and he put himself right up at the front of the pack. We go single file all the way around. here in the veteran dwarf dash race. Into turn number 3. One car off of the racetrack. It looks like the 47 of Brett Rice out of Fort Myers, Florida. He will go off the racetrack halfway home that time by. Halfway home for your race leader, car number 22, Brett Peel. Onto the back straightaway we go. Pena working up on the top side. Pena trying to do something up on the top side. Dale Welch now rides in the 3rd spot, but he's got a massive gap between himself and the 2nd place car. Looks like Pena is actually starting to reel in that leader appeal as they make their way down the front straightaway. Into turn number 1, way up to the top. Pena trying to take the long way around as he is up at the top, rim riding up at the top of the racetrack. I like the line that I see here from Peel as Peel takes it up to the top of the racetrack, dives down into the corner, lets it slide right up the racetrack and just eases it out right down the straightaway. And those lines that he is hitting is really allowing him to hold on to that advantage. It continues to be anywhere from a half a second up to now 0.8 of a second. Onto the back straightaway we go. Peel is hanging on. Jerry Book in his sights as they make their way around. This time by, it'll be Book to the bottom of the racetrack, and it continues to be Peel hanging on. It's 3 laps to go at the line that time by. Pardon me, 2 laps to go at the line that time by. Here's Peel as he gets right behind Jerry Book. That's going to allow Pena to close in just a little bit. Here is Pena, not quite up to the back bumper, but now he rides about 3.5 car lengths behind Brett Peel in the 22. Here they come around, white flag in the air one more time. Here in the veteran dash, James Pena is there in the number 3 car. Pena's going to go up to the top of the racetrack. Peel working down at the bottom. Pena has stayed up on the top side. You've had a bottom feeding number 22 here just for a little bit, but it has worked. Here comes Pena. Pena is right there. Pena is going to go to the top side. Peel works on the bottom of the racetrack. Checkered flags in the air. It'll be the 22C of Brett Peel out of Pueblo, Colorado, followed by James Pena. 1, 2, 3, and Dale Welch will round out the top 3 in the dash for the veteran division of the dwarf cars here tonight at the Central States Dwarf Car Association race number 3, night number 2 here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. And I will take my words back. We actually do have a dash for the pro dwarfs as well. So a 10-lap dash coming up for the pros as they will get set to roll out onto the back straightaway for their dash. Then it will be intermission time here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. 10 cars coming up here in this pro dash. All right, in the chute, here comes the dash for the pros. Your starting lineup on the pole, car number 58. Out of Julesburg, Colorado, it's Cole McEwen on the outside. Out of Danbury, Dustin Root in the 41T. Row 2 on the inside, out of Bernie, Brandon Spreen in the 88. On the outside, out of Carrollton, the 27P of Jeffrey Patterson. Row 3 inside, out of Salado, Dylan Spreen on the outside. The 15 out of Bernie is Ty Paxson. Row 4 on the inside, Coy Moore out of Leander, 22C on the outside. In the 121, out of Burleson, it's Chance Hull. Row 5 on the inside, Tip Holcomb out of Colorado Springs, Colorado. And on the outside, out of Greeley, Colorado, it's Keith Welch. We are locked and loaded, ready to go. The Pro Dash coming up. 10 laps of action right here. And this is going to be fast. It looks like we got one stopped here on the front stretch. It is the 88R of Keith Welch. So Welch comes to a stop here on the front stretch. So we actually have fluid in turn 4. We've got the stopped car of Keith Welch. So there's a car dropping fluid out on the racetrack, and it may just be the 88R there of Welch. And actually the call possibly from the racetrack is Tip Holcomb out of Colorado Springs in the 36, maybe dropping fluid. You can see him coming to the attention right there of race officials right here down on the apron. So we've got fluid on the racetrack. You can look over in turn 3, right there where you have that sport utility vehicle. You can watch that trail right there around the corner. So we've got some wet stuff on the racetrack, and the 36 of Holcomb coming to the attention right here of race officials. And it looks like the word is that is apparently water. So it's already taken itself into the racetrack. So it looks like we will just run them through that a couple of extra times, and then we'll set them a sail here in your Pro Dash. So call from the track, it looks like the 36 car did not have the fuel cap up on the fuel cell. That has been replaced as that fuel evaporating itself into the racetrack, so that's why we are giving them a couple of extra laps right there to let that evaporate itself up. And we are set to go. Lights are out around the racetrack here for the pros. 10 laps, and we're ready to roll. 10 cars, 10 laps, out of turn number 4, green flag in the air. We are off and racing at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Off they go into turn number 1, McEwen. From the bottom of the racetrack in row number 1 into corner number 1. Winner last night, Dustin Rood out of Danbury. He has been the man to beat in Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas action. And here he goes down to the bottom. 3 wide down into the corner, make it 4 wide behind him. That is the battle for the 3rd spot. Out of turn 4 they come. It is Rood in the 41T, followed by the 58 car, hanging on to the 2nd spot as they race their way into turn number 1, now out of turn number 2. Side by side, the battle up at the front of the pack. It's Rood hanging on, but the 58 car, McEwen, is right there. Here's the driver out of Colorado going down to the bottom. They make their way out of turn number 4. Rood up on the top side, a lot of momentum up on the top side, and Rood will hang on. Spreen rides in the 3rd spot in the 88 car, followed by the 81 Dylan Spreen. Onto the back straightaway we go. The Spreen sitting right there as they almost draw side by side. You got a 3-car battle happening behind them with the 27P right there on the inside of Patterson. The 15 of Paxson. Paxson going down to the bottom as they race out of turn number 4. Patterson holding on, but here comes Paxson. Paxson trying to find the drive. He'll get back in line as everybody going to the top of the racetrack. Once again, it's a freight train up on the top of the speedway. Chance Hull rides there in that battle as well. Out of turn number 4, here they come around. This is going to be lap number 4. 4 laps complete for Dustin Rood. The Spreen's running in 3rd and 4th. Up on the top side, Patterson hanging on as they race down into the corner. Chance Hull and Ty Paxson, now they gather it up behind him. To the back straightaway we go. You watch Dustin Rood hanging on right there. He leads by about 12 car lengths. Here comes Hull going down to the bottom. Paxson chasing him down there as they make their way halfway home that time by. We are halfway home at the stripe. 5 down and 5 to go. Into turn number 1 they go. Hull hanging on. Here's Paxson. Patterson up on the top side. Paxson down on the bottom of the racetrack. Patterson now. Paxson will float to the top of the racetrack as they make their way around. 4 to go at the line here in the dash for the pros. And it is the man who won it last night. 1.37 seconds ahead is Dustin Rood. Man, that battle is shaping up behind him. You got 4 cars that are really shaping themselves into a battle as you had the Spreens going side by side, but the Spreen party has been interrupted right here as in between them has come Chance Hull in the 121. Hull able to get ahead of the 88 car, and he'll now set his sights on the 81 car of Dylan Spreen. Down to the bottom is Hull. Out of turn number 2, off we go. Hull will get back in line behind Dylan Spreen in the 81. That's about 7 car lengths going down into the corner. Single file, here's Chance Hull going down to the bottom. 2 sticks in the air for Dustin Rood, but the battle right now is for the 3rd spot. Dylan Spreen hanging on, Chance Hull in the 121. Hull right down to the bottom of the racetrack. Can he make it stick? He'll float up to the top. Here's Dylan going back down to the bottom. The slider does not work. Cannot hold on. Here's Spreen hanging on. Dylan Spreen in the 81. Here's Hull going back down to the bottom. White flag in the air one more time around for Dustin Rood. Look at this battle coming out of turn number 4. The 81 of Dylan Spreen hanging on with Chance Hull right in his tracks. Here's Chance going back down to the racetrack once again. Oh, so close right there. Dillon able to hold on. We head to the back straightaway. Inches in between them. That is 1 car length in that battle. Checkered flags in the air. Wins it last night. Wins the dash. Dustin Root in the 41T. Followed by the 58 of McEwen. Chance Hull at the line, followed by Dylan Spreen and Ty Paxson. That is your top 5 in the Pro Dash here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Get ready, friends. The Pro feature tonight is going to be something to see. Can Chance Hull go back-to-back and win both nights? He wins the dash after winning the feature race last night. That's going to be a good one. It's coming up later tonight. Your Pro Division main event.
Hey everybody, Winning Technologies Workshop is proud to announce WinTech.tv, folks. You heard it right. WinTech.tv have weekly tech tips, folks. That's 52 tech tips a year for manufacturers and experts in the motorsports industry. We're excited to be launching at $79.99 a year, folks. That's less than 22 cents a day. Can't get much cheaper than that. Right to your phone, all the tech information you need. Get it now, WinTech.tv. Lots of information will be loaded on the website. Every week we have a new tech tip be out there. There'll be manufacturer discounts for products and things to help your race program. So for less than 22 cents a day, folks, WinTech.tv is your source.
I've been doing this 35 years, and it's just incredible.
You got 180 cars on the track all at the same time for 300 laps. What can't be fun to watch about that?
This race is different than probably any dirt race you've ever seen.
It's awesome. It's the best race you'll see. It's interesting. It's different. There's action all over the track no matter where you look.
If you can't make it here, guys, watch it live on Race on Texas.
Bring the family out to Devil's Bowl Speedway in Mesquite, Texas to watch 150 drivers race at the same time for $25,000. It's full of non-stop action, thrills, and spills. Adult tickets are just $15. Affordable family fun that your kids will love. Lone Star 600, presented by FCA Motorsports. Details and tickets at LoneStar600.com.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
Hey everybody, Winning Technologies Workshop is proud to announce WinTech.tv, folks. You heard it right. WinTech.tv have weekly tech tips, folks. That's 52 tech tips a year for manufacturers and experts in the motorsports industry. We're excited to be launching at $79.99 a year, folks. That's less than 22 cents a day. Can't get much cheaper than that. Right to your phone, all the tech information you need. Get it now, WinTech.tv. Lots of information will be loaded on the website. Every week we have a new tech tip be out there. There'll be manufacturer discounts for products and things to help your race program. So for less than 22 cents a day, folks, WinTech.tv is your source.
Been doing this 35 years and it's just incredible.
You got 180 cars on the track all at the same time for 300 laps. What can't be fun to watch about that?
This race is different than probably any dirt race you've ever seen.
It's awesome. It's the best race you'll see. It's interesting. It's different. There's action all over the track no matter where you look.
If you can't make it here, guys, watch it live on Race On Texas.
Bring the family out to Devil's Bowl Speedway in Mesquite, Texas to watch 150 drivers race at the same time for $25,000. It's full of non-stop action, thrills, and spills. Adult tickets are just $15. Affordable family fun that your kids will love. Lone Star 600, presented by FCA Motorsports. Details and tickets at LoneStar600.com.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
Hey everybody, Winning Technologies Workshop is proud to announce WinTech.tv, folks. You heard it right. WinTech.tv have weekly tech tips, folks. That's 52 tech tips a year for manufacturers and experts in the motorsports industry. We're excited to be launching at $79.99 a year, folks. That's less than 22 cents a day. Can't get much cheaper than that. Right to your phone, all the tech information you need. Get it now, WinTech.tv. Lots of information will be loaded on the website. Every week we have a new tech tip be out there. There'll be manufacturer discounts for products and things to help your race program. So for less than 22 cents a day, folks, WinTech.tv is your source.
Been doing this 35 years and it's just incredible.
You got 180 cars on the track all at the same time for 300 laps. What can't be fun to watch about that?
This race is different than probably any dirt race you've ever seen.
It's awesome. It's the best race you'll see. It's interesting. It's different. There's action all over the track no matter where you look.
If you can't make it here, guys, watch it live on Race On Texas.
Bring the family out to Devil's Bowl Speedway in Mesquite, Texas to watch 150 drivers race at the same time for $25,000. It's full of non-stop action, thrills, and spills. Adult tickets are just $15. Affordable family fun that your kids will love. Lone Star 600, presented by FCA Motorsports. Details and tickets at LoneStar600.com.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
everybody, Winning Technologies Workshop is proud to announce WinTech.tv, folks. You heard it right. WinTech.tv have weekly tech tips, folks. That's 52 tech tips a year for manufacturers and experts in the motorsports industry. We're excited to be launching at $79.99 a year, folks. That's less than 22 cents a day. Can't get much cheaper than that. Right to your phone, all the tech information you need. Get it now, WinTech.tv. Lots of information will be loaded on the website. Every week we have a new tech tip be out there. There'll be manufacturer discounts for products and things to help your race program. So for less than 22 cents a day, folks, WinTech.tv is your source.
Been doing this 35 years and it's just incredible.
You got 180 cars on the track all at the same time, 300 laps. What can't be fun to watch about that?
This race is different than probably any dirt race you've ever seen.
It's awesome. It's the best race you'll see. It's interesting. It's different. There's action all over the track no matter where you look.
If you can't make it here, guys, watch it live on Race On Texas.
Reminder, race fans, we are back here in 2 weeks, October 14th and 15th. It'll be the season finale here at Cotton Bowl Speedway with your Oktoberfest. Big stuff happening that weekend. It'll be a 2-day show. We look forward to having you out here. Plan it, mark it on your calendar, put it in your smartphone. October 14th and 15th, the annual Oktoberfest, the season finale happening here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. But here tonight, it is the Central States Dwarf Car Association race number 3. It's night number 2 here at CBS. We've been treated to heat races and dashes. We've got main events set to come up along with your sport compacts. All of that still to come tonight on a locked and loaded night here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Additional information about the Oktoberfest at racecbs.com. Also, if you have the My Race Pass app, you can get all of your information there. For crying out loud, and get your tickets there, my friends. It is Sportsman that will start it all off with our main event action. Sportsman A feature is going to be your first race. As they get that locked and loaded up in the chute, we will roll that out and get your main event racing here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Okay, race fans, get your 50-50 tickets out. 50-50 tickets out, $93 in cold hard cash to the person holding blue ticket number 130787. 130787, $93 if you have that in your hands. 130787. There you see Danielle making her way down with the ticket shuffler. I have the winning ticket, 137.87. Danielle has your money. 137.87 is what we are looking for. See if we have a winner yet. 130.787. I think she may have found her winner. Let's take a look. There it is right there. Round of drinks on that man right there, everybody. We got to find him after the races. He's buying the drinks. $93 in cold hard cash. Thank you all for being a part of our 50-50 here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Thank you, Danielle, for handling that. And we get set to roll. Sportsman feature race action coming up momentarily. And here we go, 20-lap feature race for the Sportsman. Your starting lineup on the point, winner last night, trying to go 2 for 2 out of New Braunfels. It's Landon Sibry on the outside. Out of Temple in the 12 in, it's Keith Litcher. Row 2 on the inside, out of Kiowa, Colorado. It's Kane Weidenbacher. Outside, out of Casper, Wyoming, Michael Oakley. Row 3 on the inside. Out of Three Rivers, Dwayne Burford on the outside. Out of Leander, Robert Carr. Row 4 on the inside, out of Belton, Landon Falkenberg on the outside. Out of Temple, Thomas Mock. Row 5 on the inside, out of Moody, Tim Ellis on the outside. Aaron Berman out of Colorado Springs. Row 6 on the inside, out of Temple, Blaze Payne on the outside. Chris Ochoa out of Salado. Row 7 down on the inside in the 08. Danielle Long out of Smiley on the outside. Greg Payne out of Adito, New Mexico. Row 8 on the inside, car number 91. It's Ashton Newton out of Cleveland on the outside. Stacy Starrett, Ron Thiel, Dylan Payne, Brandon Forty. Green flag in the air. We're off and racing. 20 laps of action in the Sportsman here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Into turn number 1. Off they go. Oh, up on the top side, Sibry working down on the bottom, splitting the needle right there. Here we go onto the back straightaway. It's Keith Lisher from the outside of row number 1. It'll be Lisher up on the point in car number 12. Here they come making their way around the 42 down on the bottom of the racetrack. Good push down there from Weidenbacher at the line. It'll be Lisher followed by Sibry and Weidenbacher. Into turn number 1 they go. 3 cars trying to break away from the pack. Here they go onto the back straightaway. The 333 is in line right there. It's Oakley. Look at the 72. Threading the needle, it's Sibry going to the front. Winner last night, and here he is back on the point. And once again, he won the dash earlier tonight out of turn number 4. Sibry, Lisher, and the 42C of Weidenbacher into turn number 1. Off they go, floating it down into the corner. These 3 cars throw a blanket over them. Here they go onto the back straightaway. Sibry hanging on, but here is Lisher. A little bit of separation now as they put a little bit of room there on Weidenbacher. Here's Lisher going back down to the bottom. Up on the top side, it is Sibry. At the line, it's Lisher hanging on that time by, but it's getting awful tight. Here we go. Sibry coming back at him as they wash up the racetrack onto the back straightaway. Here we go. Lisher hanging on right on his tail is the 72 of Sibry. Let's watch Landon right here as he pulls up to the back bumper. He's working about a half a groove higher. Now crossing it down to the bottom out of turn number 4, Landon Sibry. Side by side, Keith Lisher up on the top side, Sibry down on the bottom. Into turn number 1, a little bit of contact into the corner. Sibry a little sideways. He's able to gather it back in, but it's Keith Lisher hanging on. The 42C running there of Weidenbacher in the third spot. Trouble in turn number 4. One car around. The 37 of Stacy Starrett out of Plantersville goes around, and the caution flag waves. Caution flag with 16 laps remaining, and we've got a battle here up at the front with Sybry and Lisher and Weidenbacher. Those 3 cars slicing and dicing up at the front of the pack. 37 car off and rolling. We'll go to the back of the pack, and we get set for a Texas two-step restart to get them rolling once again with 17 laps remaining here at CBS. Gathering back in with the Texas two-step restart. It is going to be Lisher on the point as he leads the last completed lap in the 12 in. The driver out of Temple, Texas, row 2 down on the inside is Sybry. On the outside, Kane Weidenbacher. Lights will go off right about now. So we are set to go with 3 laps complete and 17 laps remaining here in the Sportsman division of the Dwarf Car Nationals happening here this weekend at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Lights are out. Lisher on the point. He's on the gas right now. Green flag in the air. We are off and rolling out of turn number 4. Here's Lisher bringing the field down into turn number 1. It's a 3-car length advantage for Lisher. Down on the bottom is Sybry. Up on the top is Weidenbacher. To the back straightaway we go. Now you've got the 27 car, Robert Carr. He has made his way into the 4th spot. Side-by-side battle for the 5th spot as everybody's staying nice and clean through the corner. That is the 8 car of Falkenberg. Falkenberg in the 8 car, the 333 of Michael Oakley. They race down into the corner. Top 3 cars, now top 4 with Robert Carr in this. It is Sybry going back to the point in car number 72. Bottom side open momentarily. Let's take a look and see what Lisher's going to do here. We've got them single file all the way around. We got 2 around in turn number 2. You've got 2 cars around in turn 2. And that will be the caution flag drawn once again. So the caution flag waves with 2 cars going around. It looks like the 44 car of Thomas Mock involved and the 171 car of Tim Ellis. As those 2 cars come together there, and they're having a little conversation about what happened there. Obviously in disagreement. As both of those will get righted in the right direction, but it continues to be Sybry and Keith Lisher going toe-to-toe up at the front of the pack as Sybry able to make the pass and leading in that segment. But that action happening just a little bit further back. And we'll circulate under caution here for a couple of Texas two-step restart is set to go. Lights are going to go off here as they make their way onto the back straightaway. It's Landon Sybry in the 72, Keith Lisher in the 72. This battle is going to progress. Weidenbacher on the top side of row number 2. Here they come around. Lights off, and Sybry brings the field around. Green flag is in the air, and we are off and going with the Sportsman up on the top side. Look at that move by Weidenbacher in the 42C. Into the corner we go, way down at the bottom is Lisher in the 12. They stack it up behind him. Here's Robert Carr in the 27. Look at that big move down to the inside. The 0 car all the way to the bottom of the racetrack, and making the move right there is Chris Ochoa. We watched him in the heat race come from the back of the pack, and here he is once again back of the pack to second, and already now from the middle of the pack he is running in the 4th position as he works to the inside of the 27 of Robert Carr. To the back straightaway we go. You're watching it live right here on on All Access on Race on Texas. Into the corner we go. Ochoa down on the bottom. Robert Carr way up to the top. It's Landon Sybry leading by 5 car lengths at the stripe, but the action is all happening right there behind him as Weidenbacher hanging on to the 3rd spot. But he's got Ochoa in the 0. He's got the 27 car there up on the top side of Robert Carr, and then the 8 car working on the top side. That is Landon Falkenberg. Falkenberg on the back bumper there of Ochoa. Ochoa spin in turn 4. You've got 1 car around in the middle of the racetrack. The field zigzags around to get around him, and this looks like the 14C or the 14R of Dwayne Burford. So Burford out of 3 Rivers goes sideways there, and he sits in the middle of the racetrack in turn number 4. So we are at now 14 laps remaining. So we're running in about 2 lap increments here in the Sportsman. Burford gets that car cranked around and rolling. So these Dwarf cars right here, when they go around, no reverse on these cars. No reverse on these race cars. So if you're not familiar with these are motorcycle engines in these machines. So you do not have a reverse. And I can tell you something that I learned the hard way when I drove one of these Dwarf cars several years back. When you spin, you better grab that clutch, because when you spin and start rolling backwards, you are going to shatter the transmission of one of these cars. I've done it. It happens very easily. So here we come around. It's Cyber hanging on in the 72 as he is on the point. We're showing him one right here, showing him one with 14 laps remaining in the Sportsman feature race here for the Dwarf Car Nationals. They double stack them inside of row number 2. It's Lisher in the 12. On the outside, we get set to go. Cyber out by himself. Let's watch Lisher. Lisher working at the bottom of the racetrack in that last segment. Let's see what he does here on the restart and see if he goes to the bottom of the speedway. Ochoa in the 0 lines up on the inside of row number 2. On the outside, it's Robert Carr in the 27. Falkenberg down on the inside in the 8, followed by the 333 of Michael Oakley. On the gas, we're off and racing. Green flag in the air once again. Here comes the field out of turn number 4. Cybery into turn number 1. Here is the 12. Lisher is right there. They are all stacked up behind him. Back straight away we go. You got 2 stacks of 2 onto the back stretch. The 42 down on the inside of Weidenbacher, hanging on to that final podium spot. They gaggle it up behind him. Now single file up through the top 3 only. 3 wide down the front straightaway. Falkenberg down on the bottom. Here's Ochoa going down to the bottom. Up on the top side, it's Robert Carr. Ochoa trying to get the drive off of the corner. This is the hot spot on the racetrack, but now it's heating up at the front. Here's Lisher going down to the inside. Able to hold on is Cybery. Now in his tracks, Lisher's going to the top as Cybery throws a little bit of a block right there. Able to hold on. He'll lead by a car length and a half. This 3-wide battle continues to materialize back there. 3rd, 4th, and 5th. A little bit of contact. Ochoa down into the corner. Lays it into the side there of Kane Weidenbacher. But we go to the back straightaway. Caution flag. Out of turn number 4. It looks like Burford goes around once again. Burford may have had some contact with the 2 car of Blaze Payne. But that is the 2nd spin for the 14R. So Burford goes around. So the field back in line once again. 14R Burford, 2nd spin. 2nd spin there for Burford as he goes around. And that may be the end of the night for Burford on that 2nd solo spin, and he will go down to the infield. Looks like still 1 car down on the inside on the front stretch. That's Blaze Payne. So we'll need to get the Payne car on the hook and out of the way. Here they come around. We're showing them one this time by, showing them one right here. It is Landon Cybery up on the point in car number 72. The youngster out of New Braunfels trying to sweep the sportsman division here in the Dwarf Car Nationals here tonight this weekend at Cotton Bowl Speedway. 7 laps down, 13 laps remaining here in the Sportsman feature race. Texas 2-step restart there with Cybery up on the point. Lisher on the inside, Robert Carr, Ochoa on the inside of row number 3 as we are ready to roll. Into turn number 3 we go. Cybery setting the point. Let's see when he stabs the gas. He does it right now. Green flag is in the air, and we are off and rolling once again. here at CBS. 3 wide out of the corner. Carr up on the top side. He'll motor to the third spot. Ochoa down on the bottom. They stack it up behind him. Watch a 42 car there. Weidenbacher bobbles just a little bit. That opens the door. Here's Falkenberg going down to the bottom. Falkenberg, look at that power move into turn number 3. Robert Carr straight up the racetrack is now momentarily, he is in the third spot, but he wiggles. Ochoa down on the bottom. Carr able to hold on, and they go single file right there with Carr, Ochoa, Falkenberg in the 8. Up at the top of the racetrack is Weidenbacher, and now they stack it up 2 deep behind them. Here we go, the battle for third down into the corner. Check this one out. It is live on Race on Texas. Ochoa down on the bottom, Robert Carr up on the top as they chase Lisher. All of this happening almost 3 wide out of the corner, and as they race, that is allowing Landon Sybry up at the front of the pack to stretch a lead out. He leads by 9/10 of a second that time by. Lisher hanging on to second. Ochoa, Carr, followed by the 42 of Weidenbacher. That is your top 5. Robert Carr once again, massive move into the corner, sideways, and he hangs on. Evasive action right there, getting on the binders is Weidenbacher. Weidenbacher has to step out of the throttle, and that's going to allow the field to come up to him. Here's Falkenberg. Falkenberg trying to take a peek down on the bottom, and to the back straightaway we go. Flanking them up on the top side is the 22X of Greg Payne. They make their way around. Here we are as we approach the halfway point. That is actually the halfway point right there. 10 down, 10 to go. Into the corner they go. Continues to be Sybry holding that advantage at 1 second for car number 72. Looking to go back-to-back here on Friday and Saturday here at CBS in the Sportsman Division. Lisher down at the bottom. Now you're watching the field gravitate to the bottom of the speedway. It looks like that is the racy part right now as that moisture has absorbed itself in, and now the bottom of the racetrack is the spot where you're watching them go down to. Here's Lisher down at the bottom as he tries to get the drive off of the corner. It is the 72 car. Holden Court up on the point. The youngster out of New Braunfels, Texas, guides it out of turn number 4. He's got one in front of him, the 37 car of Stacy Starrett. Starrett down to the bottom, and the field will float by on the outside. Continues to be the 12 car riding in the second spot, but getting racy behind him. You've got the 8 there of Landon Falkenberg, but on the outside of Falkenberg, it's Dylan Payne in the 2K. That is the hot spot. That is the battle as the 37 sits on the bottom. Let's see if Falkenberg can get back up to the back bumper once again of the 2K there of Dylan Payne. Going back down to the bottom once again is Falkenberg. There's lots of traffic in this battle that you're watching right here. Ochoa in the 0 now goes side by side with Robert Carr. That is your battle for third. From third on back, it is a massive battle. Here we go out of the corner. It's 6 laps to go that time by. The battle is for the third spot. Here's Chris Ochoa going down to the bottom. Way up to the top is Robert Carr. Robert Carr is flirting with the top, almost to the cushion there out of turn number 2. Ochoa sets it down on the bottom. Way up to the top once again is Robert Carr. You got 2 very distinct lines right here, but Carr, too much momentum on the top side, and Robert Carr will hold on to the third spot. It continues to be Sybry hanging on. Keith Lisher riding in the second spot. That dogfight for third on the inside. Ochoa up on the top side. The 27 of Robert Carr. They race side by side into turn number 3. This time at the line. 3 laps to go that time by for car number 72 as they race by. 4 laps to go that time by as they make their way by. Here we go, working as they go through some of the mid-packers right there, working down to the inside of the 7 car of Ron Thiel out of Victoria. In the 7, next car in line is the 51 car, able to be free and clear down to the inside of that car as well, and or the 91 car of Ashlyn Newton. And now a little bit of breathing room with 2 laps to go that time by for Landon Sybry. Here is the 12 of Lisher way up the racetrack into the fence. Maybe Robert Carr sticks it in the wall out of turn number 2, and he falls all the way back to 5th as 2 cars float by on the inside. White flag in the air. One more time around for Landon Sybry. Keith Lisher hanging on. Third spot is going to be the battle at the line as it is Ochoa hanging on, and right behind Ochoa, you've got the driver out of Kiowa, Colorado of Kane Weidenbacher. Here we go to the back straightaway. Ochoa down to the inside of the 91 car. That's one of the cars that is 1 lap in errors. Here is your checkered flag. Landon Sybry wins back-to-back nights here at CBS in the Sportsman. Keith Lisher and Chris Ochoa round out your top 3. Sportsman Division Racing with the Dwarf Car Nationals here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Landon Sybry backs it up, and we got a wreck at the end of the race, and that's from second place on back as they stack it up in turn number 2 after the checkered flag. And it is Sybry in the 72 on the front straightaway as he picks up the checkered flag. And for the second time in 2 nights, sweeping it in the Sportsman, it is Landon Sybry in car number 72 winning it here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Sybry picking up that checkered flag, although his victory lap is going to be somewhat impeded there out of turn number 2. As you've got the 12 car, that was Lisher, the runner-up, as he's turned in the opposite direction. But there is your winner, Sybry in the 72. He'll cut it down through the infield. He says, I don't need any part of that. And he'll take the short way around with that pink and black checkered flag. Nathan Lavender, as we are now into October, Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and we've got the pink and black checkered flags from Nathan Lavender, and here is this kid in car number 72. I've watched him grow into one heck of a race car driver, the youngster out of New Braunfels, Texas, winning it here tonight in the Sportsman division. Here at CBS. He'll get ready to dive out of the car after sweeping the weekend here at CBS. Great run for this youngster. Proud of this kid, I'll tell you. It's one thing, you jump behind one of the wheel of one of these things, it is a totally different animal. And this kid has picked it up, and he wins on back-to-back nights. We're getting set to head down to Victory Lane as all that safety apparel comes off. And he'll jump out of that machine. Landon Sybry, your winner here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway. We're heading down for our Victory Lane interview. Let's head down to Cody Alexander.
Well, what about this, race fans? 15-year-old Landon here standing next to me. Man, you had it all in the heat and everything leading up to this. How did the car feel come the feature time?
The car felt great. We set it up. We reset it up. We went through the car. This morning, last night, I won, and it felt great.
Well, I know you got a lot of people in this car, some people even around you right now. Who do you want to thank tonight?
I want to thank my dad, my family watching, my buddies from out of town watching on Race on Texas, and I want to thank my dad, Norm at DNR Chassis. I want to thank Blackjack, Triple M. I want to thank Texas Quality Painting and my mom.
Well, awesome. Well, race fans, what do y'all think? 15-year-old getting it done, showing them how it's done tonight. We're going to head on over to Victory Lane, take some pictures. So if you're with Landon, we're going to go take some pictures, and then we'll head on over to Tech.
Lap main event coming up. Here are your sport compacts as they gather on the back straightaway for their main event action. Your starting lineup on the pole out of Granbury in the 7S. It's Stephen Bevels on the outside out of Burleson. In the 3M, Mark Earl. Row 2 on the inside. Out of Mansfield, 67L is Sean Leisure on the outside. A winner here last week at CBS out of Elgin. In the 03G, it's Gabriella King. Row 3 inside. Out of Taylor, Cody Crabb in the 00. The outside, also out of Taylor in the 03, is Julie Crabb. Row 4 inside, out of Thrall, the 42, Bo Bollinger. On the outside, out of Temple in the 4M, it's Mason Mock. Final row, inside. Car number 10, out of Temple, it's Reagan White. On the outside, out of Thrall, 33K of Kayla Pouncey. These are your sport compacts for 15 laps of action. And we're showing them 2 at the line this time by. We're showing them 2 this time by as they get set. Your Design Welding Sport Compacts. Sport Compacts presented by Design Welding here tonight at the Dwarf Car Nationals at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Down the back straightaway we go as we double stack them. Into the corner, 10 cars for 15 laps. This time by as they run side by side and double stacked. We're going to roll up that green flag up in the bird cage, and as they make their way around, we're showing them one right here. We are showing them one this time by. Four bangers down into turn number 1. Bevel's on the point, Earl on the outside. The North Texans dominating the heat races here for the Sport Compacts tonight. Let's take a look and see what comes out of feature race action. Still got your veterans and your pros to go in your Dwarf cars this evening. But first, business at hand right now. Lights are out around the racetrack. They get set. Start zone is right at the pink tire at turn number 4. Right there. Bevel's on the gas. Green flag in the air. We are off and racing with the Compacts here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Bevels will guide the field into turn number 1. Half a car length up on the outside is Earl in the 3M. But down on the inside, take a look at Leisure in the 67L, motoring his way to the second spot. They race down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Now they gather it all in. You got 3 of them all in a pile right there as they make their way around. And here they are at the line. It continues to be Bevels hanging on here in this 15-lap main event. Leisure, Earl, Bollinger, and Cody Crabb. That is your top 5. Getting racy off at the second position as the 67 of Leisure is right there. We'll call that about 2.5 car lengths as you see it right there through turns number 3, now out of turn number 4. The 7S of Bevels hanging on. Trouble out of turn 2, pardon me. One car goes around in turn number 2, or actually didn't go around. It just comes to a stop right there. Don't know if there may have been some contact with the retaining wall, but it's Mason Mock out of Temple. So the 4M with a problem there. We did get a lap in. The caution flag waves over the field. So it looks like some trouble there with the 4M. And the field will roll under yellow.
A lot of congestion on the back straightaway. We're trying to hook one on a wrecker, so y'all watch the officials. 1 complete, 14 to go, so we did complete a lap. We'll do a Texas two-step when we restart.
So Texas two-step restart coming up. We come around, and it looks like 1 car down to the inside, the 10 car Reagan White, down to the infield, sitting right there in the middle of the infield. As the 4M of Mason Mock will go off on the hook right there. So you see the damage there on the right front of that machine. Track safety personnel working on the 10 car in the infield there with Reagan White as the 4M of Mason Mock goes off on the hook. Field will continue to motor around single file around the speedway. Slight delay, track safety crew attending to the 10 car down in the infield as that car going off at the speedway as well. During this incident coming out of turn number 2 with something going awry mechanical on the 4M of Mason Mock. So the field continues to roll around here under caution. And it is the 7S of Stephen Bevel's up on the point in the second position. Down on the inside, the 67 of Sean Leisure. Field on the backstretch, continuing to focus the attention there in the infield with the 10 car. So it looks like we're going to stop the field here on the front stretch, race fans, as we continue to work with the 10 car. So red flag condition happening right here. Momentary pause, so we hope to have you racing back here shortly.
Hey everybody, Winning Technologies Workshop is proud to announce WinTech.tv, folks. You heard it right. WinTech.tv have weekly tech tips, folks. That's 52 tech tips a year for manufacturers and experts in the motorsports industry. We're excited to be launching at $79.99 a year, folks. That's less than 22 cents a day. Can't get much cheaper than that. Right to your phone, all the tech information you need. Get it now, WinTech.tv. Lots of information will be loaded on the website. Every week we have a new tech tip be out there. There'll be manufacturer discounts for products and things to help your race program. So for less than 22 cents a day, folks, WinTech.tv is your source.
Been doing this 35 years and it's just incredible.
You got 180 cars on the track all at the same time, 300 laps. What can't be fun to watch about that?
This race is different than probably any dirt race you've ever seen.
It's awesome. It's the best race you'll see. It's interesting. It's different. There's action all over the track no matter where you look.
If you can't make it here, guys, watch it live on Race on Texas.
Bring the family out to Devil's Bowl Speedway in Mesquite, Texas to watch 150 drivers race at the same time for $25,000. It's full of non-stop action, thrills, and spills. Adult tickets are just $15. Affordable family fun that your kids will love. Lone Star 600, presented by FCA Motorsports. Details and tickets at LoneStar600.com.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
everybody, Winning Technologies Workshop is proud to announce WinTech.tv, folks. You heard it right. WinTech.tv have weekly tech tips, folks. That's 52 tech tips a year for manufacturers and experts in the motorsports industry. We're excited to be launching at $79.99 a year, folks. That's less than 22 cents a day. Can't get much cheaper than that. Right to your phone, all the tech information you need. Get it now, WinTech.tv. Lots of information will be loaded on the website. Every week we have a new tech tip be out there. There'll be manufacturer discounts for products and things to help your race program. So for less than 22 cents a day, folks, WinTech.tv is your source.
Been doing this 35 years and it's just incredible.
You got 180 cars on the track all at the same time for 300 laps. What can't be fun to watch about that?
This race is different than probably any dirt race you've ever seen.
It's awesome. It's the best race you'll see. It's interesting. It's different. There's action all over the track no matter where you look.
If you can't make it here, guys, watch it live on Race on Texas.
Bring the family out to Devil's Bowl Speedway in Mesquite, Texas to watch 150 drivers race at the same time for $25,000. It's full of non-stop action, thrills, and spills. Adult tickets are just $15. Affordable family fun that your kids will love. Lone Star 600, presented by FCA Motorsports. Details and tickets at LoneStar600.com.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
Hey everybody, Winning Technologies Workshop is proud to announce WinTech.tv, folks. You heard it right. WinTech.tv have weekly tech tips, folks. That's 52 tech tips a year for manufacturers and experts in the motorsports industry. We're excited to be launching at $79.99 a year, folks. That's less than 22 cents a day. Can't get much cheaper than that. Right to your phone, all the tech information you need. Get it now, WinTech.tv. Lots of information will be loaded on the website. Every week we have a new tech tip be out there. There'll be manufacturer discounts for products and things to help your race program. So for less than 22 cents a day, folks, WinTech.tv is your source.
Been doing this 35 years and it's just incredible.
You got 180 cars on the track all at the same time for 300 laps. What can't be fun to watch about that?
This race is different than probably any dirt race you've ever seen.
It's awesome. It's the best race you'll see. It's interesting. It's different. There's action all over the track no matter where you look.
If you can't make it here, guys, watch it live on Race on Texas.
Bring the family out to Devil's Bowl Speedway in Mesquite, Texas to watch 150 drivers race at the same time for $25,000. It's full of non-stop action, thrills, and spills. Adult tickets are just $15. Affordable family fun that your kids will love. Lone Star 600, presented by FCA Motorsports. Details and tickets at LoneStar600.com.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
Hey everybody, Winning Technologies Workshop is proud to announce WinTech.tv, folks. You heard it right. WinTech.tv have weekly tech tips, folks. That's 52 tech tips a year for manufacturers and experts in the motorsports industry. We're excited to be launching at $79.99 a year, folks. That's less than 22 cents a day. Can't get much cheaper than that. Right to your phone, all the tech information you need. Get it now, WinTech.tv. Lots of information will be loaded on the website. Every week we have a new tech tip be out there. There'll be manufacturer discounts for products and things to help your race program. So for less than 22 cents a day, folks, WinTech.tv is your source.
Been doing this 35 years and it's just incredible.
You got 180 cars on the track all at the same time for 300 laps. What can't be fun to watch about that?
This race is different than probably any dirt race you've ever seen.
It's awesome. It's the best race you'll see. It's interesting. It's different. There's action all over the track no matter where you look.
If you can't make it here, guys, watch it live on Race on Texas.
Bring the family out to Devil's Bowl Speedway in Mesquite, Texas to watch 150 drivers race at the same time for $25,000. It's full of non-stop action, thrills, and spills. Adult tickets are just $15. Affordable family fun that your kids will love. Lone Star 600, presented by FCA Motorsports. Details and tickets at LoneStar600.com.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
Once again, thank you, race fans, for your patience there, as we did have that medical situation there with the driver of the 10 car, but we have that in order, so we will get rolling once again here with the Design Welding Sport Compacts. 1 lap complete, 14 laps remaining here in this feature race. They make their way around, and we show them one at the line. Showing them one this time by. Stephen Bevels is your race leader in the 7S out of Granbury, as he leads the Texas two-step restart as they make their way into turn number 1. They double stack there behind the leader. Lights are out around the racetrack. Bevels takes them down the back straightaway into turn number 3. And we are set to roll as they approach the start zone. Nathan Lavender in the birdcage. Green flag, and we are off and racing once again here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Into turn number 1. It is Bevels. Side by side, the battle happening behind him. Leisure down on the inside in the 67. Up on the top side is the 3 car, 3M of Mark Earl. Here they come around. Earl all over the back bumper of Leisure. This is lap number 2. Now they begin to stretch it out around the speedway. You got a side-by-side battle up on the top side, the 0-3 of Gabriella King. Cody Crabb in the 0, way up the track goes Gabriella. She's able to hold that one in. Here's Crabb going by on the inside. So the 0-0 will advance into that spot. And Gabriella trying to come back up on the top side. Oh, up the racetrack goes Crabb. But Gabriella goes by free and clear up on the top side, and she will sit in the 5th spot. Leaders onto the back straightaway. It's about a 7-car length advantage for your leader, Stephen Bevels, in the 7S. As he makes his way around, completing another lap. It's 11 to go at the line this time by here in the Design Welding Sport Compacts. Holding the point is the 7S. Nice and steady. Right behind him is Leisure in the 67L. Let's see if Sean Leisure has anything for that 7S. 7S down at the bottom of the racetrack. He'll sail it high out of the corner, middle of the speedway, and completing another lap. That time by. It is 11 laps remaining. Leisure trying to gain ground into turn number 1. Side-by-side battle on Race on Texas. 42 car down on the inside. This is the battle for the 3rd spot. That is Bo Bollinger out of thrall in the 42, trying to get to the 3M of Mark Earl. That is your hot spot on the racetrack. Earl down to the bottom of the racetrack. Bollinger up to the top in the 42 as they race down into turn number 1. Meanwhile, back up to the front, it continues to be the 7S of Stephen Bevels hanging on, leading by 9/10 of a second, almost a second advantage. Halfway home this time by, halfway home at the line. 8 laps remaining here in the Sport Compacts into turn number 1. Bevels continuing to hang on. Leisure loses a little ground that lap. 1.030 seconds is the interval as they make their way to the back of the 33K of Kayla Pouncey. Pouncey down at the bottom of the racetrack. Leader should have the top line to be able to float by up on the outside. Here's Bevels off of corner number 2, and will make the pass. Leisure up on the top side as well. Will now try to maneuver there around Pouncey at the entrance of turn number 3. Out of turn 4. Another lap there as we wind it down. 6 laps remaining as the top 2 cars have checked out from the pack. It's 9/10 of a second the last time by. So Leisure cutting into that advantage somewhat. Let's take a look and see what we get this time by. Continues to be Bevels. 5 at the line. 5 at the line this time by for the driver of the 7S. Floating it down into turn number 1. Here's Leisure, middle of the speedway. Back straightaway we go. We'll call that about 7 car lengths in between them. Leisure takes a deep dive into turn number 3. Bevels hanging on. and will continue to hold that lead, but it has shrunk by about 4/10. It was half a second that time by. So the 67L has thrown out the hook and now begins to reel in the 7 of Stephen Bevels. Up on the top side is Leisure. Way down at the bottom is Bevels in the 7S, and now it is getting really tight. 0.3 of a second that time by. Here's Leisure going way to the top. Bevels hanging on the bottom. He's not letting that car float up to the top side. Here is the 67L. Sean Leisure is right there. Up at the top, way to the top of the racetrack. Hugging the bottom of the racetrack is Stephen Bevels. Out of corner number 4. 2 sticks in the air this time by. 2 more times around as they make their way down into corner number 1. Bevels down on the bottom. Leisure on the top side. Let's see if he can get the dive off of the corner. Leisure up on the top side. He will now work to the back bumper as they dive into turn number 3. This time by. White flag in the air right here. 1 more time around. 3/8 of a mile to go for Stephen Bevels in the 7S. Here's Sean Leisure up to the top of the racetrack. Into turn number 1 they go. Leisure's going to take it way up high. Back straight away we go. Leisure up on the top side by side down into the corner. The 7S of Bevels. They've got a lap car in front of them. Bevels prefers that bottom groove. Here's Leisure going to try to cross it down to the bottom. Out of turn number 4. Here they come down the front straightaway. At the line it's going to be Bevels in the 7S hanging on by a front bumper over Sean Leisure in car number 67L. And what a drive right there at the end of the race. As Stephen Bevels hanging on, it's 1/10 of a second. Is the race win for the 7S of Stephen Bevels. Mark Earl will come home 3rd, followed by Bo Bollinger and Gabrielle King rounding out the top 5. Here is a 7S right there by a front bumper. Stephen Bevels is your winner here tonight in the Design Welding Sport Compacts, making his way around on the ceremonial victory lap. Sean Leisure comes home 2nd in the 67L. Mark Earl in the 3rd spot in the 3M, and rounding out the top 4, it's Bo Bollinger in car number 42. They're 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, sitting on the front stretch here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway in your Sport Compacts. And here comes the 7S making his way around with the checkered flag in victory lane here tonight. Able to hold on right there, working down at the bottom of the racetrack. 67L going the long way around. Nice push there at the end by Leisure. But it is close to call at the line, as I said, by a bumper. The 7S is your winner. Getting ready to dive out of the car, out of Granbury. In the 7S, it's Stephen Bevels, your winner here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway. We're heading down to victory lane, and it's Cody Alexander with the winner.
Well, Stephen, some of those drivers right behind you, they said, man, we only needed 1 or 2 more laps. So tell us how that last lap really sealed the deal for you.
Well, that 67 is one of the fastest compacts in the stinking country. Anytime you can hold him off, that's a big victory. Got a little too defensive toward the end and probably gave him a little more than I should have, but I knew he was coming at one point.
Right. Well, who do you want to thank tonight for this machine that you got here?
Well, honestly, 7 days ago, this car had full interior in it. 7 days ago. We started stripping it Friday, worked all weekend. My boys, Chris and Nick, helped me. We thrashed so we could make Kennedale last night and come race tonight. I want to say thanks to my daughter, Taylor. She's probably watching on Race on Texas. She always wants her daddy to say hi to her. Hi, baby girl. And my wife for letting me come play.
Well, awesome. If you're with Stephen here, we're going to head on over to Victory Lane, get some pictures, and then go on over to Tech.
Hey, thanks to all the staff. This is the first time I've ever been here. This is an amazing facility. Well ran. Appreciate it, guys.
All right. Well, H. and Marion Nauman, there you have it. Once again, race fans, let's give it up for Stephen. Back to you, Rodney.
Thank you, Cody. Nice run right there as he wins it by a whisker. Doesn't matter how he wins it. Fantastic drive right there, and what a story getting that car together that fast. All right, On the back straightaway, 20-lap feature coming up for the veterans here in the Dwarf cars. Your starting lineup. On the point, winner last night. He'll go from the catbird seat out of Pueblo, Colorado. It's Brett Peel. On the outside, out of Leander, James Pena. Row 2 on the inside, out of Greeley, Colorado. Dale Welch. On the outside, out of Benbow, Jerry Buford. Row 3 on the inside, out of Corpus, it's Jerry Book. On the outside, out of North Fort Myers, Florida, Brett Rice. Row 4 inside, out of Surprise, Arizona, Steve Capuan. On the outside, out of Temple, Billy White in the 121. Row 5 inside, out of Buda, car 24, Robert Stewart. On the outside, out of Greeley, Colorado, in the 06, it's John Pipe. Row 6 inside, out of Casper, Wyoming, Roger Peel. Flanking him on the outside, out of Peyton, Colorado, Don Jackson. Shotgun on the field. Out of Port Lavaca, it's Vince Cassier in car number 56. Showing up 2 at the line here in the veterans. Does Brett Peel go back-to-back, just as Landon Sybry did in the Sportsman earlier? We find out here in 20 laps here with the veterans at the Dwarf Car Nationals here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Central States Dwarf Car Association race number 3. It is night number 2. We've had 1 repeat winner already. And we get set for the veteran division. They double stack it behind the front row. And as they come around this time at the flag stand, they will be met by the rolled up green flag from Nathan Lavender. We're showing them one at the line this time, by showing them one at the line right here. We are set to go. Here's the field making their way onto the back straightaway. Lights are off. So we are set for green flag racing as they make their way down the back straightaway. Brett Peel out of Pueblo, Colorado on the point in car number 22. The rest of the field in tow behind him. This is the veteran division, 13 strong, set for 20 laps here at CBS. Off they go as they make their way into the start zone right there at the pink tire at turn number 4. In the flag stand, green flag in the air. We're off and racing with the veteran division. Side by side, Brett Peel with the whole shot down at the bottom of the racetrack. Half a car length lead into turn number 1. They stack it up behind him, crossing it down to the bottom. Here's Pena. Pena down to the bottom, trying to get the drive at the bottom, but it will be Peel hanging on up on the top side. Now they go single file all the way back to the side-by-side battle. Back in 5th. Up the racetrack goes the 3rd place car. Able to pull it back in, but Peel able to hold on. At the line that time by it is Dale Welch there in the 3rd spot. Welch now going to the top side, but that opens up the bottom, and you got Billy White in the 121 sitting in the 4th spot, followed by the 47 car of Steve Capuan, who was a heat race winner. Way up to the top of the racetrack goes the 06. That's John Pipe. Pipe way up to the top as he floats to the top of the racetrack. He'll race side by side there with Capuan into turn number 1. White way up to the top, almost up into the fence. Here's Capuan going down to the bottom. Oh, a little contact around goes the 47 of Capuan. He slides it down into the infield. The field motors around. Here they come out of turn number 2. Capuan sits stalled there at the exit of turn number 2, down in the infield. The field down into turn number 1. We stay clean and green. To the back straightaway we go now. The battle heating up for the 2nd spot. It is the 3 car of Pena. Pena up on the top side. Running right behind him is Dale Welch and Billy White. Billy White down on the bottom. Capuan still sits down there at the bottom. This is allowing Brett Peel to really open up the advantage. 0.8 of a second right there. Way up to the top of the racetrack. Oh my goodness, almost into the fence. It's Pena. Pena able to gather it back in, but here going down to the bottom is Dale Welch. So Dale Welch will overhaul and take the 2nd spot. Pena down at the bottom. Trouble as the 06 of John Pipe. John Pipe goes around in the 06, and that will draw the caution as the 47A as Steve Capuan gets rolling there from the infield out of turn number 2. So the caution flag for the 06. Four laps complete, 16 remaining. 4 laps complete, 16 remaining. As the 06 goes around and draws that caution flag. maybe a little question there about the intentions of that happening right there. Texas two-step restart as we get set up on the point. It continues to be the 22 of Brett Peel. Dale Welch on the inside of row number 2. On the outside is James Pena in car number 3. Lights are off around the racetrack as we've got the Texas two-step restart in formation into turn number 3. Here's Brett Peel bringing the field around. They stack it up behind him. 16 laps remaining. Green flag in the air. We are off and racing once again here at CBS. Billy White goes down to the bottom. Trouble out of turn number 4. Capuan spins along with the 28 right here on the front stretch of Roger Peel. Peel sitting down on the bottom. Capuan gets off and rolling, but the 28 sitting in harm's way down here on the apron, and the caution flag will wave. 2 cars together there, the 28 and the 47. 28 car of Roger Peel out of Casper, Wyoming. It looks like he's going to need a shove to get that car moving. Capuan's second shunt there for the 47 car this evening. So we get him in line, still showing 16 laps remaining. 2-car incident right there on the front stretch. Brett Peel on the point in the 22C. Also to the back of the pack, it looks like it'll be the 24 of Stewart and the 81 of Buford that will also go to the back of the pack, being involved in that incident. So it'd be a 4-car incident all involved right there, along with Capuan and the 28 of Roger Peel. So 4 cars to the back of the pack in that incident here from the front straightaway. So we'll get those 2 cars to the back and set our restart. Be the 24 car up on the outside, the 81 down on the bottom. They will float to the back of the pack along with the 28 and the 47. So the last car to the back, Buford there in the 81D. And it looks like our lineup complete. Up at the point, it is Brett Peel continuing to lead as the lights go out. Inside of row number 2, it's Dale Welch. So we are set as we show them one. We'll kill the lights on the backstretch as we get ready to resume with 16 laps remaining here in the Veterans. Brett Peel in the 22C leads over Dale Welch. And James Pena there on the inside of row number 3. We are set to go. Here is Peel bringing him around out of turn number 4. Green flag in the air, and we are off and rolling once again. Brett Peel into turn number 1. Pena goes down to the bottom of the racetrack. White up on the top side. Down into the corner they go. Awful close quarters right there. We head to the back straightaway. It's Dale Welch in the 89R going down to the inside. Peel hanging on the top side. Let's watch Welch as they float into turn number 3. Welch will wash up the corner, and here comes Billy White down on the inside. Little sideways there behind him. The 2089R of Dale Welch, and that's going to put Billy White all by his lonesome in the second spot as they begin to stack it up behind him. Don Jackson in car number 52C rides in the third spot as he backs it off just a little bit right there. Here's Dale Welch coming back down on the bottom. Welch way down on the bottom, a little sideways out of the corner. This time by 14 laps to go. Billy White way down, almost on the flat part of the racetrack. They go 3 wide down into the corner, way up on the top. Watch that fast moving number 06 of John Pipe. Pipe on the top side. He'll go to the outside of Billy White. Into the corner we go. Pipe way up the racetrack. Billy White down on the bottom. It continues to be the 22C of Brett Peel hanging on. White or Pipe way up on the top. Pipe way down on the bottom. They'll drag race down the back straightaway. White on the bottom, Pipe up on the top side. Pipe free and clear for now down into the second position. Here's Billy White working on the bottom. Pipe up on the top, trying to find some room is Billy White. He will not find it there. It'll continue to be John Pipe holding on to the second spot. He now retains that spot. White rides in third, followed by the 52 car of Jackson. Welch, Pena, Peel, Buford. That is your top 8 as they run here at CBS. Awful tight right there from Billy White on back. 52 on the bottom side. It's getting tight, and here comes a 47 back into the mix. Nice drive back up to the front for Steve Capuan, as he's had a couple of incidents, but here he is on the cusp of getting back into the top 5. Back straightaway we go. Continues to be Brett Peel. This time by 10 laps to go. 3 wide into the corner maybe, but they back it off just a little bit. Here's White down on the bottom. Way up on the top side is the 89 car of Welch at the line. Let's watch this battle on all access. Welch on the top, White on the bottom. Here's Capuan. Capuan will float and take that spot away. The 52 is going to try to cross it down onto the bottom. Oh, the 22 off the pace. Brett Peel, the leader out of Pueblo, Colorado. Trouble out of turn number 2. He is off the pace. He gathers it back in, but that is going to give the lead. Brand new race leader. It is the 06 of John Pipe. John Pipe out of Greeley, Colorado is now your race leader onto the back straightaway. Side-by-side battle. Billy White down on the inside. Welch up on the top side. Here's Welch with a deep dive into the corner. Billy White coming back at him. White has the momentum down on the bottom side as Welch tries to work on the top. Capuan is there in the 47. Into turn number 1 they go. The 40, or Don Jackson rides behind him as they work to the outside of Jerry Book. This is the Veterans Division. We are at 7 laps to go this time by. 7 laps remaining at the line for the 06 of John Pipe. Pipe hanging on, followed in hot pursuit by the 89R of Dale Welch, Steve Capuan, Billy White, Don Jackson. That is your top 5. To the back straightaway we go. The interval beginning to spread itself out. It's just over a second right now for the 06 car of John Pipe. Pipe, middle of the speedway. He'll guide it sideways out of the corner and continue to hang on with 6 laps remaining at the line that time by. Here's Capuan going down to the inside. What a drive this would be if Capuan could get back up to the front of the pack and take that lead and take the win, as he's had 2 incidents, but he's come from the back twice. And here is Capuan to the second position. Steve Capuan up to the top is the 89R of Dale Welch at the line this time by. It's 5 laps to go. The 47 car begins to chase down the 06 of John Pipe. We head to the back straightaway. Look at the man on the move. Car number 47, Steve Capuan. What a drive we have watched here from him, and he is racing down at the bottom of the racetrack. He'll try to chase in John Pipe with 4 laps remaining at the line this time by. Here's Capuan going down to the inside. 3 laps to go this time by. Steve Capuan down to the inside. Pipe up on the top side. Capuan to the bottom. Into turn number 1 they go. What a drive for the 47. Back straightaway action we go. A brand new race leader. He won the heat race and now he is in command. 1 car length is the advantage. This time by out of turn number 4. 2 sticks in the air this time by. 2 more laps to go for your race leader, Steve Capuan, in car number 47. Pipe rides in the second spot, followed by Dale Welch. Billy White, and Don Jackson. That is your top 5. Back straightaway we go. It's a lap and a half remaining right now. 2 car lengths is the advantage for Steve Capuan. He dives down into turn number 3. Pipe is going to go to the top side. Let's watch him motor out of turn number 4. White flag in the air. One more time around for Steve Capuan as he goes protecting down to the inside. Up to the top is Pipe. Pipe's going to float it up high. Let's see what he does out of turn number 2. Capuan down at the middle of the racetrack, and around they go. Back straightaway and caution flag. Caution flag at turn number 4. 1 car goes around, and the caution flag will wave as the 28 car of Roger Peel spins. And it'll be another green-white checkered coming up, as Steve Capuan has gone to the front of the pack. Makes the pass, and he is your brand new race leader. So we get set, we show him one at the line right here. Texas two-step restart coming up. There is your rolled up green flag, green, white, checkered coming up right here. Can Capuan seal the deal? He's up at the front of the pack. John Pipe rides in the second spot, followed by Billy White. Dale Welch rides in the 4th spot. Here they come. Out of turn number 4. Green flag in the air. It's time to go to the pay window. Steve Capuan into turn number 1. Whole shot move. He leads by 4 car lengths. Pipe is there. Billy White going down to the bottom of the 89R. Dale Welch up to the top side, to the back straightaway we go. 3rd place is going to be the battle. Your 5th place car is Brett Peel, your leader, who fell off the pace about 7 laps ago, trying to dig his way back up to the front of the pack. White flag in the air. Steve Capuan past the front grandstands. He leads by 1/10 of a second. On to the back straightaway. Around goes John Pipe. A little bit of contact there with Brett Peel. To the back straightaway we go. Capuan leads the field down into turn number 3. Here they come out of turn number 4. We stay clean and green. Checkered flag. Caution flag on the racetrack. We will not get the checkered. We do not get the checkered. So working here in race control, so the call right here, earlier in the race, the 47 of Capuan sitting down on the apron at turn number 2, at least 1 lap down, possibly 2 laps down, as a caution flag came out while the 47 sat out of turn number 2. So being scored as the official leader is the 52C of Don Jackson. What the 47 car has done at this point is made up 1 lap. So unofficially at this point, 1 lap down is Capuan at the front of the pack. Leading is Don Jackson. So we will roll with the Dwarf car officials. Here's the green flag, Capuan being scored as the leader. Into turn number 1 they go, Welch. Riding in the second spot, down on the inside, the 52. Up on the top side, that is Don Jackson out of Colorado. Here we go into turn number 3. Capuan down on the bottom. Peel continuing to work down on the bottom. White flag in the air. One more time around for Capuan in the 47. The 89 R Welch rides in the second spot. The 52C of Don Jackson, that is your top 3. From there on back, they stack them up. Robert Stewart all the way to the top. Here's Billy White down to the inside. Big mess on the backside as you've got 2 of them. Hard contact into the wall. Looks like John Pipe and the 22 involved in that melee on the backside. Brett Peel and John Pipe, hard contact into the wall on the backside. Both drivers out of their machines. That is first and foremost the most important part. All drivers good on the back straightaway. So here they are working with those 2 cars on the back straightaway. Working on the backstretch there on the 06 car, so we will have a single file green-white checkered coming up when we get set to go green flag once again. There is the 06 car of John Pipe. Rolled up green flag. Here they come, single file. Showing them one right here. Showing them one here in the veterans. Single file, Capuan on the point in the 47. Second place car is Dale Welch in the 89R. And we get set to go. Green, white, checkered finish coming up right here. As they make their way with the lights off, we are ready to roll. Here they come. Green flag in the air, we're off and rolling. Capuan into turn number 1. Leads the field, you got a battle happening right there behind him. They stack it up behind him. Here's Robert Stewart going down to the inside. Stewart trying to take that spot. Here comes White. White is there as well, this time by. White flag in the air. One more time around for Steve Capuan in car number 47A. Hanging on, look at the battle for second. The 89R of Dale Welch. Robert Stewart down on the inside. The 52C of Don Jackson. Off they go. And there is the battle. Here they come into turn number 3. Down at the bottom is Capuan. Checkered flag in the air. Capuan will win it. Followed by the 89 and the 52C. Dale Welch and Don Jackson round out the top 5. Battle to the end, but it is Capuan in the 47. Unofficially the winner here in the Veterans Division. So here we are in victory lane. The 47 of Capuan on the victory lap in the 47A. So here is the 47A of Capawan as he makes his way into victory lane. And we will get set to head down to victory lane with our very own Cody Alexander down with the 47A car.
All right, well, race fans, little congratulations from second and third here for Steve in this 47A, and all these guys are out here, and we're actually going to have them all stand around you here, Steve, as we do this interview. But, man, it looks like all y'all were having a great time, so tell us about the last couple restarts there.
Man, we couldn't get that race over with fast enough, and I don't know what was going on, but it was front, back with me. So I think I went to the back 2 or 3 times, but I finally got to the front, and I wasn't going to lose it at that point.
Well, yeah, for sure. It's I was getting confused there because I noticed that a couple times, and then I saw another 47, but you did it. You made it here to victory lane. And so who do you want to thank tonight, more importantly?
I got to thank my wife. I'm from Phoenix, Arizona, or outside of Phoenix, Arizona, so it's 1,100 miles. It was a long drive, but my wife lets me do this. My brother came along with me. Bobby Brown from B&B Chassis does one heck of a job with me. If I have problems with this car, I just call him on the phone. I've talked to him 3 times today, and it's just been a blast.
Well, come on, Texas. Let's give him a big old Texas. Congratulations here. He's going to head on over, get some pictures, and then we'll celebrate in just a little bit.
There he is, Steve Capawan in the 47A, your winner in the Veterans Division. Next up, it'll be the pros. The pros getting set to go here for feature race action. all kinds of company as they stack up behind him. Out of corner number 4, down the front straightaway we go once again. Free and clear so far here in this race. That's Coy Moore down to the inside. My goodness, you watch him go 3 wide down into the corner. Moore down on the bottom, Spreen up on the top side as they race down into turn number 3. Some single file, some double file, but up at the front it continues to be Dustin Roode. Side-by-side battle as you watch right here, the battle for the 3rd position. It's Dylan Budnick going down to the bottom. Cole McEwen going up to the top side. You got a Texan and a Colorado native. Onto the back straightaway we go. It's going to be Budnick free and clear up into the 3rd spot. Behind them it's the 88 of Brandon Spreen. Dylan Spreen runs right behind him. That is how your top 5 shakes out here at the moment. Down at the bottom, the 22C. Now Ty Paxson. Paxson going up to the top side, way up, rim riding around the top of the racetrack. Battle shaping up right here. Here's Budnick trying to get that spot back from McEwen, but McEwen hanging on, and he'll work down at the bottom of the racetrack. This is lap number 24 to go at the line, or 22 to go at the line this time by as they race into turn number 1. It continues to be the 41T of Dustin Roode hanging on as he is in cruise control here this evening. Chance Hull rides in the 2nd spot, followed by McEwen in the 58, but Budnick is right there. Budnick goes up to the top side. It'll be McEwen hanging on out of turn number 4. He will gather that car in and continue to hold the spot, but Dylan Budnick coming back at him. Budnick's going to go up to the top side. Budnick kind of stumbles going into the corner just a little bit. McEwen sails up the racetrack a bit, but Budnick gets a head of steam off of turn number 2, and he'll try to get to the back bumper. Budnick up to the top side. McEwen working down at the bottom. Cole McEwen doing a great job to keep that car down on the flat part of the racetrack. Has all the momentum, but here comes Budnick. Budnick takes a peek down on the bottom. He'll switch and go back up to the top. Budnick floats up to the top of the racetrack. McEwen out of turn number 2. This is the hot spot on the racetrack right here as we have 10 laps complete. 20 laps remaining here in the Pro Division with the Dwarf Car Nationals tonight. The Central State Dwarf Car Race number 3 here at Cotton Bowl Speedway in Page, Texas. And the pros are dazzling as they race along. Coy Moore hanging on in the 7th spot, followed by Brent Mayfield, Ty Paxson, and Dylan Coyne. They round out the top 10 side by side. Here is your battle. You've got the Spreens. You got Brandon in the 88. You got Dylan in the 81. But we go back to this massive battle for the 2nd spot. Going toe-to-toe right here is McEwen in the 58 car, along with Budnick in the 25. McEwen sails it into the corner. Now to the back straightaway we go. Budnick rides about 2 car lengths behind. The action happening behind him. Here are the Spreens. You got Brandon up on the top side, Dylan on the bottom. Coy Moore rides behind them, followed by Mayfield, and then trailing them is Paxson. Caution flag. Caution flag on the racetrack. Caution flag was 17 laps remaining. 17 laps remaining. A nice start to the Pro Division here as they are stringing this race out. You've got them 3 and 4 wide all around the Speedway. But the one thing that is not changing is the man up at the front of the pack, the winner last night, and he is leading once again tonight out of Danbury. It is Dustin Roode. $18 laps remaining as we have 12 laps complete here in the Pro Division. Dustin Roode on the point in the 41T, followed by Chance Hull in the 121. Cole McEwen, car number 58. Dylan Budnick, Brandon Spreen, Dylan Spreen, Coy Moore, Brent Mayfield, Ty Paxson. The rest of the pack gathers in behind them as we get set to roll them around. Texas two-step restart coming up. We're showing them one this time by, showing them one as they make their way by. Does anybody have anything for the 41T? He jettisoned out from that drop of the green flag, and he was leading that one. Tip Holcomb on the outside there of the 15 car of Ty Paxson. 18 laps remaining, 12 down. To the back straightaway we go with Roode out on the point. Lights are out around the Speedway, so we can go here at any point. $3,000 on the line here in the pros tonight. Down into the corner we go. Roode drags the field around. We are set to go. Roode's going to hit the gas right there. Green flag in the air. We're racing once again at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Up to the top goes Chance Hull. Now back in line, way to the top goes Brandon Spreen. Back straightaway action. Here we go. Taken off by one car length, it is Dustin Rude right behind him, but look at this gaggle of race cars behind him to the inside. Budnick makes the pass. McEwen coming back at him. He is right at his right elbow, throwing a block right there as they make their way out of turn 4. Budnick able to hold on to the spot, but now up to the outside, you've got the 88 of Brandon Spreen. They'll gather it back in line. McEwen now sitting right in the middle of that sandwich right there, a Spreen sandwich. And here's Dylan Spreen going down to the bottom. Brent Mayfield going to the top. Around goes the 81. Hard contact with the infield tractor tire in turn number 3. And you got a mess behind him. Ryan Stoy involved. You've got the 88 car involved. They stack it up into the corner. That's Keith Welch in the 88 car sitting in the middle of the corner. But the hard contact there was the 81 as he goes down into the corner. Spreen loses the grip and big time contact. They're making their way down into the corner. So the caution flag waves here still with 17 laps remaining. Big time contact there with that tractor tire. And the tractor tire usually wins those battles. But Spreen able to get the 81 car rolling. We'll take a look here on Race on Texas. You watch Spreen going into the corner. McEwen closes the door just a bit. There's the contact into the tractor tire, sending the tractor tire spinning. And then behind him, you've got the Stoy car involved. You've got the 88R involved. It was mayhem there after the contact with Keith Welch going around, as well as the 51C of Zach Larson. But it was going down into the corners. We'd watched the battle back and forth. The best battle on the racetrack tonight has been the 25 of Dylan Budnick and that 58 car of McEwen. But that was a situation right there. Two guys going for the same piece of real estate as you had McEwen edging down into the corner and just took that line away from the 81 car of Dylan Spreen. Track safety crew working there at turn number 3. Hopefully this will be a timely caution. 17 laps remaining as Dustin Rude continues to lead. Field back in line. Spreen is stopped here on the front stretch. Lights will go off this time by as we get set to resume with 17 laps remaining. Dustin Rude is your race leader. Chance Hull rides in the second spot in the 121. He's on the inside of row number 2. Here they come making their way around. The field stacks it up. Green flag in the air. 17 laps remaining. We're off and rolling with the pros here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Into turn number 1 we go. Budnick way up to the top of the racetrack. Let's see if he can find the grip right there. 3 wide out of the corner. Big time crash up in turn number 1. 2 cars in the fence at turn number 1. Looks like you've got the 57 car there involved. Word from the racetrack, both drivers okay at turn number 1. Both drivers good at turn number 1 after that contact. The 70J of James Kane out of Whitney involved. And we will work our way over to turn number 1. Back-to-back cautions here in the pros. Still showing 17 laps remaining. All right, in line, we will show them one the next time around. 17 laps remaining. Once again, a big thanks to Matco Tools, partnering up with the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas. Some big contingency prizes on the line tonight. That is courtesy of Matco Tools. Dwayne Groff with a fine job putting this presentation together here this weekend. A two-night show here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. And we're showing him one at the line this time by. Showing him one right here with Dustin Root up on the point in the 41T. Chance Hull rides on the inside of row number 2. On the outside, Dylan Budnick. Inside, Brandon Spreen of row number 3. And we've got him in line. Let's see if we can get more than a couple of laps in here on this restart. To the backstretch we go, and on the gas is Dustin Root. We are off and racing. Side by side is the battle for second. Down on the bottom is Chance Hull. Up on the top side is Dylan Budnick. Here we go down the front straightaway. Budnick will go to the second spot. Budnick right up to the top of the racetrack. To the back straightaway we go. Way down on the bottom is Dustin Root. Look at Dylan Budnick making some major moves up there on the top side of the speedway. Chance Hull hanging on there in the third spot. We got a car sideways in turn number 2. And it's rolling down to the bottom, so it looks like we may be okay. Remember, these cars do not have reverse. That car is freewheeling down to the bottom of the racetrack. Here we go to the back straightaway. It is Dustin Root hanging on. Root holds on. Here comes Dylan Budnick. Budnick, a man on a mission right now. Chance Hull right there with him, way to the bottom. Goes the 41T of Dustin Root as they make their way by. It's 15 laps to go at the line this time by. We are halfway home right there. Halfway home, cross flags up in the air. A little bit of contact there as you got a couple of cars together, but everybody free and clear through turns 1 and 2. Here's Budnick hanging on way up to the top. He's dragging Chance Hull with him. Dustin Rude way at the bottom. Down the front straightaway we go, and it is the 121 of Chance Hull. He will take the second spot back. They sail to the top of the racetrack. Budnick's going to try to drive it off the hill. To the back straightaway we go. It's 2.5 car lengths in between them, but Hull beginning to stretch that out as they make their way into turn number 3, pardon me. Here they come out of the corner once again, and we're watching Dustin Rude just down at the bottom of the racetrack just drive away from this pack of fierce competition that we're watching behind him. Here's Coy Moore down on the inside in the 22C. That is the battle that you are checking in right now on All Access. Tip Holcomb out of Colorado Springs. He started 10th, but right now he is sitting right there inside the top 5 as they make their way around. That is the battle to watch. The 58 car trying to make his way back up. Early leader, that is Cole McEwen. McEwen sits right behind Coy Moore. Back straightaway we go. Dustin Rude continues to hold on, followed by Chance Hull, followed by Budnick, the 36 of Holcomb, and now Coy Moore in the 22C. That time by, showing 11 laps remaining. At the line, that time by, it continues to be Dustin Rude. He leads by 1.8 seconds on the back straightaway. He'll dive into turn number 3. He's going to catch a little bit of lap traffic as we continue to stay green. Here's Chance Hull holding it down on the bottom. Budnick running right behind him. They're going to go side by side once again down into the corner. This is a great battle. Budnick down to the bottom. Way up to the top goes Chance Hull. It's 10 laps to go that time by. This is the battle that we continue to follow. The battle for the second spot. Now into the mess. Here comes Tip Holcomb out of Colorado Springs, Colorado, in car number 36. He'll follow the line being laid down there by Dylan Budnick at the bottom of the speedway. Down to the inside, he'll take the spot from Chance Hull. The 36 car is now your third place runner. Let's see if he can get up to the back of Budnick. Watching Holcomb right here. He's about a car length back. Backs out of it just a little bit down into the corner, almost up to the back bumper. Here comes the 121 of Chance Hull coming back right at him. That is a 3-car battle, and sitting in the wings right there behind him is Coy Moore in the car number 22C. Moore goes down to the bottom of the racetrack there as well. Watching these 4 cars, Moore down to the inside. The 121 of Chance Hull will drift back, and now he sits in the 5th spot as Coy Moore into the top 4, all chasing Dustin Rude. Rude beginning to stretch this thing out massively as all of this action happening behind him. 3.5 seconds is the advantage. Dylan Budnick holding on to the 2nd spot. Holcomb rides in the 3rd spot. Holcomb taking a peek up to the top side, but navigating the traffic is Dustin Rude down at the bottom. Rude is doing a great job working at the bottom of the racetrack. He has taken the short way around, but now we're starting to watch him stretch it up into the top lines. Let's go back to the battle for second. Budnick down on the bottom. Holcomb is there, followed by Coy Moore in the 22C. We head to the back straightaway with this 2nd and 3rd place battle. This time by the 5-finger salute for the 41T of Dustin Rude. It's 5 laps to go that time by for the race leader. Winner last night on Friday night. Can he duplicate the feat on Saturday night? We saw it happen in the Sportsman with Landon Sybry. Did not happen in the veterans, but it's looking like it's going to happen here in the pros. Here comes your leader out of turn number 4. Down at the bottom of the racetrack, he is running those laps down. 4 to go at the line for the 41T. The man that has dominated in the state of Texas. He is holding his state pride tonight. The driver out of Danbury, Texas, onto the back straightaway, continuing to lead, expanding that lead to 3.7 seconds. The 2nd place battle. Here's Dylan Budnick trying to get to the bottom as they are getting slowed up by some of the back markers there. Budnick going down to the bottom. Holcomb is going to try to chase him. Those leaders are working down at the bottom. 1 car off the racetrack on the backside, but we're all good right there. 3 laps to go that time by. Dustin Rude all by himself in cruise control into turn number 3, 2nd and 3rd. Now down the middle of the back straightaway. Now Coy Moore working down on the bottom. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th had a heck of a time getting through all of that lap traffic. 2 sticks in the air that time by for Dustin Rude. Dustin Rude trying to hang on. The battle continuing to heat up here for second as you've got the leaders coming, or the 2nd place car coming off of the corner. Budnick held up there a little bit. Here's Holcomb going down to the inside. Holcomb goes down to the inside. Here is the battle for second. White flag in the air for Dustin Rude. Tip Holcomb to the inside. Holcomb on the bottom. Budnick up on the top side. The 171 rides in front of him. That is the 171 car. And now the 2nd place car. That is going to be your battle out of turn number 4. Here is your winner, sweeping it. It is the 41T of Dustin Rude winning both nights. Here's the battle on the outside. Tip Holcomb out of turn number 4 will take the 2nd spot, followed by Budnick and Coy Moore. What a battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th as they make their way across the start-finish line. But it's Tip Holcomb out of Colorado Springs, Colorado, that will take the runner-up position. Fantastic action as we watched them in the last 10 laps having to work through all of that lap traffic. Dustin Rude using up every inch of that racetrack, but does it predominantly down on the bottom of the racetrack, taking the short way around. I talked earlier in the night, was there moisture down on the bottom? Well, there wasn't in that race because Dustin Rude used that bottom groove and punches the ticket and wins here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway for the second night in a row. There's second, third, and fourth as they sit down on the front straightaway. Second place out of Colorado Springs, Colorado, the 36 car of Tip Holcomb. The third place car out of Bernie, the 25 of Dylan Budnick. And the fourth place car out of Leander, the 22C of Coy Moore. Here is your winner in the 41T, sweeping it in the pros here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. It's Dustin Rude out of Danbury, taking his ceremonial victory lap here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. All right, here is the 41T as he makes his way around. He's going to burn it up right here on the front straightaway here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Dustin Rude, the $3,000 winner here tonight at CBS in the Dwarf Car Nationals. It is race number 3 of the Central States Dwarf Car Association, and it goes to Dustin Rude. He's been the man to beat in Texas. And he holds ground right here in the home state as he gets ready to dive out of the 41T car. He'll come out right out of the hatch as Dwayne Groff right there down with him from the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas. Jumping out of the car, out of Danbury, Texas, there is your winner. Sweeping it in the pros, it's Dustin Rude in car number 41T. We'll head down for our on-track interview. It's my man, Cody Alexander.
Well, Dustin's got a little bit of a fan group down here. Well, Dustin, you're no stranger to victory lane here at CBS, so man, just tell us about the car and how it drove tonight around this track.
Man, I'm not going to lie. I was going to make some changes. It worried me all the way till I got to the lineup over there. I almost went back to the trailer. I was going to change a couple more things, but went with my gut, went with my chassis builder, and here we are.
Well, yeah, that's one thing. You know, you always second-guess yourself, and it paid off tonight. Big $3,000 check coming to you, but these sponsors here, they've given it everything. Who do you want to thank tonight?
Well, first off, I want to thank my wife. She's at home with my 1-year-old for letting me to travel. I mean, we travel with DCRC all year across Texas. I mean, every weekend it's 4 or 5 hours, you know, one way, so 10 hours a weekend just in driving. But most off, Wolf Motorsports, Randy Jackson, the car owner, who lets me wheel this thing for him, Crutchfield Race Engines, Angleton Sheet Metal, Straight Fence Company, Allen Brown Plumbing, my crew, Josh, Bull at home, Popcorn, my stepdad, and especially all you fans that came out to support this race.
Well, what do you say, race fans? Let's give it a big old congratulations to Dustin Rude, the 41T. He's going to head on over to victory lane. So if you're with Dustin, let's go ahead and head on over there. Thank you all for coming out tonight. Once again, Oktoberfest in a couple weeks, October 14th and 15th. You can get your tickets at racecbs.com. It's a fun-filled weekend full of racing action. We'll see you there.